A woman chaser, Sonny. You got a woman chaser down the bottom as well.
Wait a minute, where?
Woman chaser. Volvo, old dude in between.
Woman catcher.
Sorry, yeah, catcher.
No roles on woman catcher. Well, you're not VC verified. Woman catcher, can you speak up? Hello, woman catcher. Are you there?
Do you have a globe claim you would like to argue that we will have to teach you so that you can argue it with us?
Yeah, like he said.
It's so sad, man.
Yes.
My right ear is completely deaf. Well, I might have 20%.
There's also Patchworker. There's also Majora's Worms.
Listen to that. Patchworker.
There's also
That's weird.
Cornelius and Big B Goyam. Oh, never mind.
Now, imagine someone trying to argue with you about, like, what tennis is better on a clay court or a grass court, but they don't even know what tennis is.
Yeah.
That's like these Glovers, man. They don't even know they know there's like a ball involved and there's a net and they hit it back and forth, but that's beyond that. They don't know anything.
Yeah, exactly. First of all, you have to imagine you're not on the ground you're standing on. Well, we'll start right there. What would you say to that? You'd say, get the hell out of here, you old fart. Whoever you are.
No, which makes me think, man, these Globers, they don't trust your senses, but like every sport has like a referee with their eyes and they're like trusting their senses and stuff. And occasionally they screw up, like, but it's so fast that like the error is done within like 0.2 milliseconds, right? So like it's at the limit of human discernment. You could sit there and stare at the horizon for days, man. Right? There isn't going to be any error because it like went by too fast.
Yeah, that ball was refracted at the 3rd yard line.
Hey, what's the date today? Is it the 23rd or the 24th?
23rd, because
okay.
22nd.
Cornelius, one more minute.
Cornelius, I'm going to need you to validate that you're like for real, because your creation date and join date is the same day today. Just, I'm curious.
It took a year for the check to clear.
Yeah.
It could be a NASA spy.
No. I was going to put him back on like regular server mute.
It's a CIA mind control game. They're playing on flat earthers. Just kidding.
Hey, I wouldn't doubt it.
You know what I've always done is if there's someone that's like thinks they're being gang stalked, you know what I do? I always try to make it worse.
Try to make what?
Try to make it worse. I give them ideas like you never know, they could be doing this or this or this.
You give them other devious.
Right, guys. Someone needs to sort that out.
It's woman catcher.
It's kind of like sporting. It's the kind of thing we did in the Navy, because we were used to being on board the ship out at sea. So the newcomers would come in there. We'd be in the galley or in the whatever they call it, eating. We're having breakfast in the morning, and we're rocking around, and we'd start talking about having delicious meals like peanut butter jelly and tuna fish sandwich. Stuff like that. Anchovies, anchovies and ice cream. Okay, never mind. I digress again. Okay, forget it. Moving right along. Where were we?
Leo Ian's.
Let's get off of Pizza Earth ice cream sandwich or whatever you're talking about.
Yeah, it'd make you ill thinking about that. So never mind. Don't think about it.
You guys have a plethora of options right now. We got bunches of new folks.
Come on in, folks.
So there is one person who is in the live stream saying that they are building an argument they wanted one more person to speak until they were going to speak. That person was Marjor's Worms or whatever it is. So maybe.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Sonny. That's okay.
No,
So-
I interrupted you. That's rude of me. I apologize, man. You were.
Yeah.
I'll shut up.
So I don't know if we want to try and have a conversation with Worms, Marjor's Worms, or we want to start deleting some of these people and figuring out who they are. So Woman Catcher tried to interrupt earlier. I don't know if they've been server muted, but they were just making strange noises down the microphone. That was a bit weird. But yeah, like Kim says, we've got a fair few people that we might want to start speaking to, guys.
Well, I mean, I feel like we're going to do the 24/7 seance. So
I
we
think so.
start with the top one.
Yeah, welcome to 24/7
I'm gonna
Flat Earth Discord, the
exercise
best place to
demon.
talk about the Earth on the Earth. You go
What
ahead.
did it say about a demon?
Exercise the demon.
Right. So let's see. Start from the top. We know who Big B is. Cornelius. Cornelius, you are being summoned. Can you hear us? Are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay.
How
Finally.
old are you?
Yes. How old are you?
I'm actually about to turn 17.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Oh well.
Mm.
He
You don't
is
believe it?
17. It's on him.
Man, I
it's
swear.
recorded. It's fine.
Wait, what?
So anyway, what brings you to our lovely server today, my friend?
I don't know. One of my friends invited me here.
Okay, for what reason, mate? Have you been speaking about the flat Earth subject at school with your friends?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, so not for too long, no.
No.
Okay, so your friend gave you a link to the server. You joined the server. So what questions would you have, or what do you want to know?
Here, let me ask him a question.
Mm.
Cornelius, do you think Flat Earth is just like some internet meme and that no one actually believes it, that it's some stuff?
No, I actually do believe people like genuinely believe it. I personally don't, but I actually
Why do you think people believe it?
I don't know.
You have no clue.
It's alright.
We're just all just like, fuck this
I mean,
gay globe. Let's go to be flat earthers. What do you think? We just all got together and said that?
No. Like, I think it's cool. Like, it's cool. Like,
I mean, it's just because they're so passionate about it, man. I mean, like every time I like see a video or something where they're like arguing with flat earthers or whatever, these people like they're very passionate about it. So I mean, it's kind of hard to believe that they the flat earthers. It's kind of hard to believe that they don't genuinely believe in it if they're being like so passionate about it.
Do you think the globe side is passionate about it?
Yeah, I think both sides are.
So it's emotional. So you think it's an emotional thing for some people? They get all wrapped up in their emotions? Yeah, so yeah, that's pretty much true. Why? Why would people be wrapped up in their emotions over something so stupid?
I have no idea. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me.
No idea. Well, then you're one of the smart ones, because some of the Globers, they're so emotionally invested in it because it shapes their worldview. They think they're going to space. They think they're going to be astronauts. They think all these things. Like if people start believing flat Earth, we're going to go back to riding horses and buggies and frickin' beating women, and like roll all the technology back and start plowing fields with our bare hands again. So they get very emotional about the whole situation. The only reason flat earthers are emotional about it is because we get constantly verbally abused and ridiculed. So, after a while, people are going to lash out back at you. It's just human nature from being insulted, called retard, stupid, drink bleach, millions of other things that have been said. The reason we think the earth is flat is because of observation of reality. See, you observe reality, right? If you leave your house, you go out into the world, you don't see a big ball, you see a flat, and you detect a motionless earth. Now, when you go inside and turn the TV set on, you see a ball and they say, hey, this is your home, this ball that's on the screen. But that's not your reality. That's a concept in your head that's flashed on the screen. So what most flat earthers have done, we're like, okay, you say it's a globe, okay, so we can test this in reality. You all said some caveman or some Greek 2,000 years ago proved the earth was a globe, so in 2023 we should be able to go out and test this, right? This claim that the earth's a globe. So we should only be able to see so far, the horizon should be so far away, depending on my elevation. So, right, we can go out and test this, radius 3,959 miles that they claim. So when you go out and actually test it, the curve they say exists on the surface of the earth, the one they show on the TV, it's not there. Okay? Sorry, it's just not there. And there's no way, like, okay, if you go out and measure it yourself and you see, like with a laser, make a long distance observation or whatever, and you test it yourself and you demonstrate to yourself that the surface of the earth is not curving, are you going to go back inside and watch the TV and that's going to convince you that everything you just tested is wrong? Of course not, right? And we're trying to tell people that, listen, go out and test it yourself. We're not saying believe us. We're not saying anything like that. Go out and test it yourself, dude. That's all you have to do. It's really simple. There's hundreds. There's 24 curve calculators on the internet. Go find one of them. Go find a body of water or any other long distance observation. Punch in what the values are, your elevation, how far away you're looking, and see if what they say is supposed to exist actually does exist. You're going to find out that it doesn't. Okay? That's it. That's all I have to say. Just go test it yourself. We're not trying to convince you or brainwash anybody.
Yeah, the people that are tied to the globe, they will absolutely find any reason to believe it. But that's what it is. It's a belief. The globe is a belief. You don't see it in reality. You see it on the screen.
Cornelius, you said that you saw flat earthers or globe earthers debating passionately on YouTube and whatever, yeah? You said that. Was I right? Was I wrong?
Yeah, I did.
Awesome.
I did say that.
Awesome. So apart from how passionately they were debating, what were they actually talking about?
I don't really watch this kind of stuff very often. It was a really long time ago when I actually did watch these videos because I don't really try and get into it anymore. Trying to remember.
Was it
I mean, it's fine if you don't remember one, like, kind of offhand. I was just interested in kind of the evidence that maybe flat earthers had presented whilst they were in debates. Usually it's like around the curvature of the earth or the spin of the earth or the vacuum of space. It's usually around one of these three claims. Just interested in any of those three claims, which one have you heard about, or which one would you like to ask a question about? The earth being a ball, its motion, or the space bit?
Maybe the space bit.
Okay. So, just very quickly, flat earthers, and I'm going to speak for everybody, flat earthers deny the vacuum of space. Now, the reason why we deny the vacuum of space is because it goes against laws of nature. For example, we've got gas pressure out here, and out there is a vacuum, a space that, according to natural law, that gas should disperse into. Like when you pop a balloon, right? The gas disperses everywhere. The problem is that they, NASA and everybody else, say that this gas pressure that we have is uncontained from that vacuum of space. If you understand how natural law applies, then you'll understand that that can't happen. You can't keep gas in a place without physically containing it. And you definitely can't stop it from dispersing into a vacuum without physically containing it. So the vacuum of space bit is removed just by understanding that. It's as simple as popping a balloon. Do you understand that, or would you like me to elaborate a little bit further?
Elaborate a little further.
Okay, so when I'm talking about laws of nature, do you understand what entropy?
What do you wanna?
Do you understand what entropy is?
A little bit.
Okay, let me give you a brief description. Entropy is the direction of energy. For example, if I've got a hot cup of coffee and I leave it on the side, what happens to the hot cup of coffee?
Sorry, someone was just. What did you say?
If I leave a hot cup of coffee on the side, what happens to the hot cup of coffee over time?
It'll cool off.
Yeah, so that's a direction. Hot goes to cold, right? Now, the second way of describing this is with gas pressure. High pressure will always disperse into lower pressure environments. This is a direction. This means it can't be reversed, as in it doesn't happen the other way round. Cold water doesn't spontaneously get hot, and low pressure doesn't disperse into high pressure systems. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So when we have a high pressure system here that we're breathing, and out there is a vacuum, according to this law of nature, the gas would fill the space. The high pressure would disperse into the lower pressure environment. You understand now?
Yeah, I have an argument to that, but I know you flat earthers. I don't mean that like as an insult or anything, but I know flat earthers aren't really comfortable with the idea of gravity.
Would you like me to tell you why?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's actually what they say, right? That the gravity keeps everything on the Earth. So you should explain why gravity wouldn't be a sufficient force. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. So when people bring up gravity, they're making a claim to a cause and effect relationship. That means science. Okay. Now, unfortunately, there is no scientific experiment that proves any gravitational idea. Now, I say any for a particular reason because there's two types of gravity. They moved away from one, mass attracting mass, and came up with another one, Einstein and the bending and warping of space-time. But the main problem is, one, there isn't a scientific experiment that proves gravity, and two, when we apply it to gas, gravity obviously doesn't affect gas, because gravity is just the direction of down, if I was to give it to you, but gas disperses in all directions. So yeah, we might not like gravity. One, because it hasn't been scientifically proven, and two, when we're talking about gas, it observably doesn't affect it, even if we were to give it to you. Do you understand that?
Somebody's roboting.
Yeah, I noticed.
Everything that's like in everything in the universe. The sun has a pull. It keeps.
You're
all the
roboting,
planets in the
Majority.
solar
Yeah, you're
system.
roboting. Can you leave and rejoin?
Hold on.
Thanks.
I was hearing him clear.
It's a robot for me.
Okay. Can you guys hear me now? Are you able to hear me?
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
it's better.
Fine. Sorry, I didn't know I was roboting. Anyways, he said gravity doesn't affect gas, but gravity affects everything. The sun has a gravitational pull, keeping the planets in our.
Okay.
Let him finish. Continue.
Yeah, stack your next claim on top of your last 5 claims.
Basically, it's an invocation of a story. The gentleman you were talking about was me, and I said, observably here on the Earth, not your story about what space is, observably here on the Earth, gravity doesn't observably affect gas. Gravity is just a direction down, gas goes everywhere.
gravity does affect gas because it holds our atmosphere onto the planet.
That's the thing.
Okay.
Which is gas.
Okay,
Okay.
so you don't have to shout it, my friend. You don't have to
Sorry.
shout it.
My
You're
phone
fine.
was just close to my face. Sorry.
That's it. Just coming across a bit rude. I understand your story about gravity keeps the atmosphere here, but I'm going to ask you one thing. Which direction's gas going?
Yeah, because the little g is the downward.
I'll let her answer.
Which direction is gas going?
Everywhere, really, because gas doesn't have like a definite shape, but some gases are less dense than other ones, which is why they go up instead of going down, because I'm not really sure how to explain it. Like a helium balloon can go up because the gravity is pulling the air molecules down around it, and the helium molecules are less dense.
Do you understand how you now invoke? Sorry, you understand how you are now invoking just the direction of down when we're talking about gases going in all directions? Whether you've got a relationship between two gases of a different denser state, the gases are still moving in all directions, right? So observably, gravity isn't affecting gas. Right. When I drop a ball, it goes down, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When I let go of gas, it fucks off everywhere, doesn't it?
Yes.
So ultimately, even if I was to give you gravity, scientifically, you don't have an observable phenomena. You don't have something happening. Now, we understand science, right? We try to find out the cause of the effect. The first step is to observe the effect. We're not observing one yet. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean,
so
kind
even
of.
if yeah, exactly, kind of. The only reason why it doesn't 100% make sense is because you're going to still try and throw gravity in here. Gravity doesn't appear in any law of gas. Gravity doesn't appear in the second law of thermodynamics. Most definitely doesn't appear in entropic law. You know, how stuff moves. Doesn't affect gas. So I understand people like to say that the gravity is keeping the atmosphere here. And that's a bit of a problem because gas disperses into space and the gas is moving in all directions. Do you understand what gas pressure is?
Yes.
Awesome. So you would understand that that's the force that the gas is exerting on the walls of its container, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. So this is an antecedent consequent relationship. To have gas pressure, you must have something to physically press upon. The Earth, unfortunately, is an open system devoid of anything to press upon. So therefore, the gas will fill the next available space. That's the space, the vacuum bit where the Earth is. This story can't be true.
I have a nice way to explain it. So, Cornelius, if you have two containers, okay, one above the other, right? The bottom one has gas. The one above that is a vacuum. Are you following?
Yeah, I'm following.
If you remove the barrier between them, is the gas going to stay at the bottom chamber, or is it going to spread out into the top vacuum?
It depends if they're the same gas or not.
No. So the top
One's a
container is a vacuum. The top container is a vacuum. The bottom container is a gas. And then you remove the barrier between them. Is the bottom container full of gas going to rush up and fill the vacuum, or is the gas going to stay at the bottom?
It'll rush up into the vacuum.
Okay, so why is it that when you have the Earth, which is the bottom, how come the air doesn't rush up into the vacuum? So if gravity can keep the air on the Earth in the bottom and not rush up into the vacuum? How come when I scale it down and I have two containers one above the other, the gravity, especially like if you do this experiment on the Earth's surface, the gravity will be stronger than all the way up in the sky. So the bottom container is full of gas. We're doing this on Earth's surface where gravity is the strongest. How come when I remove the barrier, the gas rushes up into the vacuum, but somehow you're saying that when you look at the Earth, everything stays with the Earth because of gravity and doesn't rush up into the vacuum, the same way the small scale experiment did? Why doesn't the gas chill at the bottom, in the bottom chamber, because of gravity?
Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
So you have a container at the bottom, container at the top. They're both sealed off. The only thing you're doing is you're removing the physical barrier between them. How come the gas doesn't stay at the bottom chamber, stuck to the surface with the gravity? How come it rushes up and fills the vacuum?
He's giving you the entire force of gravity of the Earth.
And you're on Earth's surface as well, where gravity is the strongest. Yeah, it can't hold it on Earth's surface. It can hold it. And I want to throw you another one, Cornelius. Think about that one, okay?
Well, don't throw him something else, mate. Just keep him on this point, please.
Yeah, don't gish gallop.
I appreciate you new to the server, man, but please.
Yes,
I don't know.
See,
Beautiful answer. Beautiful answer.
Great answer.
Just on from that, you don't know because it goes against laws of nature. You're going to try and spin this round in your head. Ultimately, with every single demonstration, to keep gas in place, you have to physically contain it. The consequence of that is gas pressure. If you don't have that physical barrier, like my friend just said, the gas will rush up into the next available space. Understanding that, and I know it's like a new process for you, but understanding that means that up there, the vacuum of space, can't be real in the way that we've been told. You know what Jupiter is, right? A giant ball of gas in a vacuum without the football around it. What happens when you take the barrier away from gas and there's a vacuum outside? What happens? What happens when you pop the football?
Or lower pressure.
Well, under the conditions of Earth, the gas would just go everywhere. But Jupiter is also huge, so. Sorry, gonna have to go on that. So huge, so lots of gas stops lots of gas dispersing now. It's just lots of gas, mate. Doesn't matter how much gas you've got there, you're still gonna need something physical to stop it dispersing into a space. Right? So, yeah, we can talk about space, but we can take it away very easily just by understanding laws of nature. That giant ball of gas up there that they call Jupiter can't be a ball of gas in a vacuum. Us having gas pressure uncontained from the vacuum of space is a violation of natural law and devoid of the antecedent consequent relationship. We wouldn't have gas pressure without something physical to press upon.
Press.
Yes.
Yes, press.
Yes. So do we understand that now, yeah?
Maybe he's processing. That's fine.
Can't have a sky vacuum next to air pressure.
And by the way, even if you speak to like a PhD scientist, physicist, this question, they respond the same way you are now. By the way, even your PhD scientist, physicist can't answer this question.
Well, that's because there is no scientific validation of it.
Exactly.
There's no experiment using gravity to create air pressure next to vacuums or none of that. It's just a claim, right, based on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball embedded in a near vacuum medium, right? It's more philosophy than it is science, if you want to call it that. I just call it religion myself.
Yes, exactly.
So that's the space bit taken care of. You've got two other subjects that we could really talk about.
I actually have one more point for that. That's very, very important that most people don't consider. So, Cornelius, are you aware of how fast they say the Earth is moving?
Oh, see, this was my fucking point, and he jumped straight through it.
Oh no, but this actually connects with the whole idea of vacuum and a gas, right? Because if the Earth is moving at an insane speeds, it should be leaving all this gas behind. So that's why I want to connect it with this point. So Cornelius, do you know how fast they say the Earth is moving through space?
No, I don't know exactly.
So they say that the Earth moves at 67,000 miles per hour, which is about 30 kilometers per second. Do you know how fast 30 kilometers per second is?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have 30 kilometers per second, that's fast. Think about it. 30 kilometers per second. So if you have now that the fact that gas wants to rush into a vacuum, and you throw in there the fact that the Earth is moving at 30 kilometers per second, how is the Earth holding all the gas to the ball as it shoots through space at 30 kilometers per second while the gas is trying to fill a vacuum?
Y'all ain't gonna like this answer, but I'm gonna say gravity because
it's a simple thing to say, but you'd have to understand. No, right, okay. Let's circle on this. Would you happen to have a scientific experiment that proves any gravitational idea?
There was one experiment. I don't remember the name of it.
Cool. Then you would just give me the hypothesis. Just give me the hypothesis, then, mate. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yeah. Elaborate.
Okay, so it's an if this then that statement. If presumed
I know. No, I know what a hypothesis is. I'm just asking for you to elaborate what you're asking.
Well, if you don't know the name of the experiment, then what the fuck did they do? The hypothesis, the science bit. If you don't know what it's called, tell me what they did.
They were able to measure the gravitational interaction between two metal balls, and it was very small, but it was still something.
Cool.
That's so Cavendish experiment, right? Yeah.
I think that's it.
Cool. Okay, so this is how I respond to the Cavendish experiment, which is why I asked you for a hypothesis. There is no hypothesis with the Cavendish experiment. The observed phenomena isn't natural, it's observed within the device. So, for example, where do we see mass attracting mass in the physical and natural world?
Everywhere on Earth.
Everywhere on Earth. So when I drop something.
Yeah,
when I drop something.
When you drop something, it's being attracted to the Earth.
Awesome. And the Earth is a ball in this instance, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're also begging the question. If the Earth is a ball and I drop things to it, we're going to start getting very confused very, very soon. But ultimately, the Cavendish experiment is not an experiment because it does not follow the scientific method. We say things fall to the floor. Awesome. Where are things falling to the floor in the Cavendish experiment?
It's not falling to the floor. The two objects were attracting each other.
Awesome stuff. So we've now got horizontal attraction, where just a moment ago we had the observed phenomena of things going down, right? So what we're doing now is we're changing things around, a little bit of sleight of hand, and we are not using the naturally observed phenomena in the experiment. What we're doing is we're observing another phenomena within the experiment. This is very quickly not becoming science, my friend. And this is what I mean. There is no scientific experiment that proves gravity. What we also have to understand is a historical answer. Newton, right? The dropping of the apple. Now, when Newton aspired to come up with this idea and he jiggled it around for a bit, he then put it down and said, and I quote, I do not want to be associated with this gravitational idea. It was mocked and called magic at a distance. The other salient point to point out is they moved away from this gravitational idea, come up with a new one. That would be Einstein and the bending and warping of space-time. Why did they come up with a second one? Because they couldn't prove the first one. Do you understand that? Why would you have two gravitational ideas? Why? Because you couldn't prove the first one, so you're going to have to move on to something else. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Cool. So it's not like a hand wave dismissal, yeah, we don't like gravity. It's because there's no scientific experiment that proves it in the first place. Would you like to try and go through the scientific method with Einstein and his mathematical equations? Because understanding that sentence means that, no, Chris, I don't want to go near that. You just said maths, and maths ain't science. Right? There's no scientific experiment that proves mass attracting mass. Doesn't follow the scientific method. There's no scientific experiment that proves a mathematical equation. That's fundamentally retarded. So that's why we say there's no gravity, because it's never been scientifically proven, and it works on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball. Remember Cavendish, balls attracting each other, trying to figure out the weight of the Earth, which is a ball, so we can figure out how much mass is within this radial value of a sphere. That's begging the question.
Yes.
So we've done space, we've crucified gravity. Do you want to talk about the movement of the ball that we've yet to find? Or do you want to try and find the ball? What do you want to do? Because in every single instance, right, when we talk about space, well, the Earth is a ball. We look at the moon, well, the Earth is a ball. Gravity, well, the Earth is a ball. So I would suggest, if we're going to start moving something in a minute, it better be a ball.
Mm-hmm. The
So,
best place to go is whether or not the Earth is a ball.
so, where do you observe curvature of the Earth, my friend? Yourself.
You can't observe it yourself because we're just way too small compared to the Earth.
Do you get
Awesome.
that though? Do you get that though? Like, do you get that you can observe it, but you have to believe it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you get that premise of the whole thing? You can't
Yeah.
observe it. You
If
just
it
have
can't-
to believe it. You go to your priest and you let them tell you what you observe.
So,
If it can't be observed, then how was it proven in the first instance?
Another very good example. Thank you, Heretic.
well, let's think about this just for a second, right? You say that the Earth is so big and we are like ants, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. Do you know the size of the Earth, or would you agree that they tell us the size of the Earth? Either one, I don't mind.
Yeah, I would assume they would tell us the size of the Earth.
Which they have. They've given us a radius value, right? They give us a circumferential value, the diameter. The Earth is of a quote-unquote known size, right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Now, because that's a geometric claim, the Earth is a sphere, we can use a little bit of math to figure out the environment around us. Two equations that we can use. One comes to the conclusion that there's 8 inches per mile squared of curvature between point A and point B over the distance of a sphere. The second one is your observer height and where the physical curve of the Earth should be. So, for example, it blocks boats and buildings beyond it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard that, for example, that Greeks said that boats went over the curve of the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, to figure out where that physical obstruction would be, all we need to know is the size of the ball and our altitude above it. The calculation works out as 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, I know that just sounds like numbers at the moment, but for example, if you were to make an observation across a distance of water, the surface of the Earth, and you were 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, that would mean that the geometric horizon, the thing that boats and buildings were disappearing over, was only 1.2 miles away. Reason why I'm telling you this is the Earth ain't so big and you ain't so small. The maths dictates that you should see curvature. It's not that hard to find. 1.2 miles isn't that a great distance, mate. You understand?
Well,
Go on.
yeah, you can also look over the horizon.
You can look over the horizon? What's the horizon, mate?
It's where the Earth like curves off to where you can't see anything past that point.
Awesome stuff. So in your idea at the moment, when you go to the beach and you see the horizon, you think that's the physical curvature of the Earth, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. So that means that it must be where the mathematics dictates, correct?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. So that calculation that I said to you earlier must be applied always. I don't know if somebody's got the ability to post images in the live stream for me, but could somebody post the image of the black swan for our friend? Thank you very much. My friend, you in the live stream voice text? Thank you, Heretic. Are you in the live stream voice text, the text stream that's associated with the live stream, mate, where we're posting images?
Yes.
Awesome. Do you see the picture with the 2 oil rigs posted by Heretic just a moment ago?
Uh-huh.
Awesome stuff. Right, you remember just a moment ago I told you there's an equation to figure out where the geometric horizon should be, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm an observer at 1 foot above the water, the horizon must be 1.2 miles away. Now, this observation is a still from a video image, okay? The observation is taken from 1 foot above the surface of the water. Could you tell me, please, in reference to the 2 oil rigs, where does the horizon appear? Does the horizon appear before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the last oil rig? Where's the horizon, mate?
Well, from the picture, it looks like it's after the horizon. Looks like it's after the second oil rig.
Awesome. So you'll notice that the oil rigs have got distance markers on them, yeah? What is the distance on the left-hand side oil rig? How far away is that oil rig?
9.41 miles.
Awesome. So could we safely say that the horizon is at least 10 miles away?
Yeah.
Awesome. So understanding this removes the physical nature of the curvature of the Earth. Because if we were to live on a ball of a set dimension and we know our altitude above the surface of that ball, then according to the math, the horizon should be no more than 1.225 miles away. But this horizon is safely at a distance of 10 miles away easily, demonstrating to you, me, and everybody else that the horizon is an optical phenomena and not the curvature of the Earth. Would you agree to that?
Sure.
Awesome.
It's definitely, it's not determinable where the horizon is unless you have another, like a landmark to pinpoint where it is.
Yeah, frame of reference.
You just know that it is further than the furthest oil rig.
Mm-hmm.
What we could also do is show you other images on different days, but from the same altitude, so 1 foot above the surface of the water. These images will show you on one day the horizon is in front of the oil rigs, on another day it will be beyond the oil rigs, and on another day it will be between the oil rigs, demonstrating further that the horizon is optical and not physical, mate. So the question then becomes, even though the math dictates that we should see the curvature of the Earth, why can we not?
Can someone post that? What you just said? So he can see?
Post what?
Just what you said.
Different observations of the same site on different days and how you can see more and less of the oil rigs on different days.
I'm sure somebody would oblige us any moment now, yeah.
Yeah, we've got great people in the live stream always. I'll do it.
I think someone did it before, then deleted it. Okay, can you see that, Cornelius? How you have two images on the left and the right? So the same height. The only thing that's different, same height, same distance. The only thing that's different is the day. So on one day you see more, on one day you see less of them. Why is that?
I don't know.
So if it's physical curvature blocking them, then you should see the same amount every single day of the year. But the fact that you see more one day and less on another day proves it's not physical curvature.
So the physical curvature would absolutely come with the globe Earth. You have to have it there. It has to be there. There is no other option. Even if they want to claim terrestrial refraction, it still doesn't add up to how far we can see. Because if we can see as far as we have been able to do, the radius would be enormous, and the Earth would have to be a huge, huge globe, and that doesn't fit into the paradigm of us launching satellites and whatever else people believe in that goes with the lore of the globe Earth.
Can you re-ask your question about that picture that you sent? I want to hear the question. I wasn't paying much attention. I'm sorry.
Me, the one I said?
Yes.
So how come on one day we can see more of the oil rig than on other days? How come it's changing how much oil rig we can see? If it's physical curvature.
How do we know that each picture was taken from the same exact spot and same exact distance?
Okay, so this is a guy on YouTube. Now, what he does is with his videos on YouTube is he walks you down to the beach. He shows you where he's put the camera, right? And then we've got a still image from that video. But these are videos, my friend. Shows you the altitude that he's taken the camera from. You have to remember as well that people have been around this flat Earth argument for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and everything is up for scrutiny. So people like to take videos to show exactly what they're doing. Within the video as well, he goes to, let's say, Google Maps, and he demonstrates that these oil rigs are at these distances from this location that he is at. No one's trying to pull any wool over anybody else's eyes. What we will say to you at the end of the argument is, you can go and do this yourself. This is verifiable information to you. You can use your eyes. You can look.
You say he went to Google Maps?
No, even those of us on the Globe Earth side say that it was from the same location.
Hold on. He went to Google Maps. How do we know the Google Maps pictures were up to date? Because Google Maps doesn't update their pictures every single day.
No, not for pictures. To work out the distance.
Coordinates.
I know, but still,
It's static oil rigs, known location on beach. Come on, mate. I mean, we can do this with anything, right? I'm at a beach and there's a lighthouse. Now, I know that lighthouse is 20 miles away. Right, this is what we're doing. We're using distances, we're using altitudes above surface of Earth, and seeing what we can see in comparison to, say, I don't know, Earth curve calculators. They say the curve of the Earth is here, according to the mathematics associated with a ball. when we go and look for that claim to geometry, yeah, we ain't finding it. What we're demonstrating is the horizon is optical, not physical. No boats went over any curvature of the Earth.
And if it is so elusive, how did anybody figure out the curvature of the Earth to begin with? Go ahead.
Yeah, how do we know it? That's a good question.
This is the logical next question, right? So, even though we believe these stories, when and how, and I'll give you at any point in history, was the curvature of the Earth measured? When and how was this ever demonstrated to be true? Do you know?
No, I do not.
That's interesting, mate. Right, but that is a really honest answer.
Yeah, but that wasn't Cornelius, was it? Was that Cornelius?
I think I have a video.
I'm waiting on Cornelius to respond.
Are you the guy that was saying you have a video showing curve of that?
We should let Cornelius respond, though, right?
Yeah, yeah. We'll get there, man. It's okay. Cornelius, go.
Wait, what? I was in my room doing something.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, mate, if we're going to be spending time with you, trying to help you with your questions, then it might be a good idea to sit down and listen. That's like the second or third time you've asked somebody to repeat themselves because you weren't paying attention.
I thought you were talking to the other guy, though. Sorry.
You're all right, buddy, but you can include yourself in the conversation. It was directly at you. Because you're the one that said that the Earth is so big and we're so small. We've demonstrated to you that according to the maths, we should see the curvature of the Earth. We had the agreement of boats going over the curvature of the Earth, and so your understanding was the Earth horizon is physical. And then we've demonstrated to you with observations and pictures that the Earth curve is not physical. So the next question then became, at what stage in history did they ever physically demonstrate and prove the curvature of the Earth? How did they do that?
If it's so elusive.
Do you know?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can tell you how if you tap now. They simply assumed it, that's how.
I mean, this is like one of those important things, right? They, whoever they are, make the claim that the Earth is a ball. Awesome. So how did they actually measure that to be true? Now, you said that you don't know, and that's absolutely fine. We're here because we understand that they haven't ever measured the curvature of the Earth. I guess we could go on to the second question. Like, at what stage in history, how did they demonstrate the rotation of the Earth? When did they prove that bit to us? Do you know?
With the sunrise and sunset, I guess.
Okay. I guess in some instances that would be the only way that we would have any inference that something was moving, right? Something's moving, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. Could it be that we are rotating underneath the stars, or could it be that the sun, moon, and stars are moving across the sky? Could it be either of those answers?
Yeah.
Awesome. So we can't just point at one thing and then make a declaration that it's that one thing whilst disregarding everything else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So again, this is the question that we're trying to answer because things seem to be moving. Awesome. What's moving? Is it us or is it them? They claim it's us. How did they prove that to be true? Do you know?
Common sense.
Common sense has already taken us back to it is either one or the other, right? The non-logical thinking mind will just make a declaration and throw everything else out. Right?
This is a logical. It's a logical, like, we have to find a logical, like, conclusion to everything. You have to be able to critically think about everything, and it all leads back to whether the Earth is curving. If it's not curving, then it's not a ball. Then everything else falls away.
So we can observe that the sun, moon, and stars are moving across the sky. How can we verify if it's us moving or if it's the things in the sky moving? That's the question.
What about solar and lunar eclipses? Can't that prove that the Earth is moving?
No. The Selenilian eclipse is the one eclipse that has no explanation for the ball Earth.
So what is a lunar eclipse? Do you know what a lunar eclipse is, Cornelius? What's happening?
The Earth is moving between the sun and moon and casting a shadow onto the moon.
Brilliant.
The Earth being what? Continue on that.
He's 100% right. I mean, within the globe Earth model, the Earth is passing between the sun and moon, and the sun is no longer able to cast its light on the moon because the Earth's in the way. Would you then agree that it would be impossible to see an eclipse of the moon when the sun is still in the sky?
What do you mean?
The sun and the moon.
If I can see both sun and moon in the sky at the same time, would I be able to have a syzygy, a straight line between all three objects in the sky? Is that what's happening now?
With a solar eclipse?
Lunar eclipse. So an eclipse of the moon when the sun is still in the sky. It's daytime.
I was under the impression that lunar eclipses only happen when the sun isn't visible.
Exactly. That's why we're talking about. Sorry, that's why we're talking about this. So yeah, we believe that eclipses are only when the Earth is between the sun and the moon. But a special eclipse called a Selenilian eclipse is when the sun and moon are in the sky at the same time. It's daytime. Now, we understand to have an eclipse, we must have a straight line between the sun, the Earth, and then the moon, right? But what this is geometrically shown as a triangle. Now, you can't have an eclipsed moon that is not behind the Earth, can you?
No.
No. So observing this phenomena in the sky removes and ruins the heliocentric model, because that model doesn't have an explanation for this. Physical reality is outside the bounds of that model. What we observe is the truth. That model has been destroyed.
So Cornelius,
true.
You said that a lunar eclipse is when the Earth casts a shadow on the moon. Yet if you actually research a Selenilian eclipse, I put it in voice chat 1, you can observe a lunar eclipse while the sun and the moon are still in the sky, proving that Earth's shadow is not what causes the lunar eclipse. It's something else.
Also, you cannot predict the shadow that goes over the moon. So you cannot say refraction, like I was just being an idiot.
You can't even confirm that it's a shadow. Just an assertion.
Very quickly, guys. Cornelius, in the live stream voice text, can you see the image of the moon posted at 54 minutes past the hour? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Awesome. Where's the shadow on the moon, mate? Is it on the top of the moon or the bottom of the moon?
The top.
Awesome. Where's the thing that's said to be causing the shadow? That's the Earth bit, right at the bottom of the picture, right?
Underneath.
How is it possible that the shadow is on top of the moon when it should be on the bottom of the moon? When we observed the Selenilian eclipse, and I've observed one about 2, maybe 3 years ago now, what I observed is the shadow of the moon never touching the bottom of the moon. It just went across the top of it from the left to the right, which is kind of demonstrated in this time-lapse photo. Now, understanding this also is a geometric impossibility. If you were to stand behind, I don't know, let's say a sofa, right, and you stood up behind that sofa so I could just see your head. Now that makes logical sense. You're not going to stand up behind the sofa and I'm going to see your feet. It doesn't work that way round. So that's kind of a parallel to this observation of the shadow upon the moon. There is no way, no how that the shadow of the moon, the shadow of the Earth is not going to appear on the bottom of the moon. That's not possible.
Where's the sun at in this picture? Like, where's the sun? It's behind?
Yeah.
The camera person?
Yeah, probably.
Behind them and in the sky as well.
Yeah.
Above the horizon.
Oh.
So again, with this one as well, it is an affirm and a consequent formal logical fallacy to say, you're begging the question, that the Earth is a ball because I see a shadow on the moon. You're going to need a ball for that to happen in the first place. That means a direct measurement of the ball. You're going to need some geometric wizardry to make the observations of reality fit your model. We understand eclipses only happen when the moon is behind the Earth, but it's not in this instance. There's not a syzygy, there's no straight line, there's a triangle.
And you're seeing what you're seeing, the sun and the moon above the horizon.
There's an image posted at 56 minutes past the hour.
I just want to tell you what the Globers will say.
Just on point, and then we can go on to yours. 56 minutes past the hour, Shane has posted an image for you, the Solonilian eclipse, what you saw, and then what you should see. Now, if the Earth is the thing that's beneath your feet, then that should be occulting the bottom of the moon. To have the occultation of the bottom of the top of the moon whilst you're standing underneath on the Earth, that's not happening, my friend. Do you understand that image?
Oh, which one?
The one at 56 minutes past the hour.
Yes, because the sun is above the horizon and you're seeing the moon one way, not the other.
Uh-huh.
Good. So if you understand these two things, then you've literally got to screw up and throw away the heliocentric model.
Boom.
Now, Cornelius, what they'll tell you is this is how they explain it. Is they're going to say that the moon that you see above the sky and the sun that you see behind you aren't really there and that they're being refracted. So the moon in that photo is not really there. It's actually below the horizon and it's being refracted up into the sky and it's an optical illusion. And they're going to tell you the sun behind you is not really there. It's below the horizon and it's being refracted up so you can visibly see it. So it's refracting over the curve.
Don't believe your actual senses, your actual, like, seeing the sun and the moon above the horizon. Don't believe that. That's not really happening.
The moon with the shadow.
You can see it happening. So
you don't have to go there. Let him soak it in.
Yeah, but when the sun is rising, you can see the sun rising and the effects of it too.
So they're going to tell you that the eclipse moon is an optical illusion. So the shadow also refracts, and also the shadow comes from the top, not from the bottom. All these things.
I think we're kind of overwhelming this kid. Might want to just let him take it one step at a time.
No, I think he's doing great. Good job, Cornelius.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, you're great, Cornelius. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Matthew, stop trying to poison the minds of new Globers and flat earthers, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. By saying that he was doing great, I apologize for poisoning his mind.
No, not for that. For the comments he made before that.
Matthew is your Glober. Matthew is your Glober. He's your friend if you're a Glober and that you don't want to revert back. Or if you want to, think about things more critically and not just believe something. We're the way you want to go. But if you want to believe something, go to Matthew.
Is Matthew the only Glober?
I would say look into this, find out which explanations you think make the most sense, do your own research, do your own observations, and come to your own conclusions.
I actually say the same thing. Thank you, Matthew.
Sound like a flat earther there.
Matthew always says things that are flat earth based, but he will resort down to belief in the globe. So just remember that.
So I think Little Devil had proof of curvature he wanted to share, like some videos or something.
All right, we'll move on. Sorry, buddy. We're going to move on.
No, it's the same topic.
Alrighty.
Curvature. No, it's still
it
the
was
same
a
topic.
picture of the curvature.
Yeah, so he has proof of curvature if he wants to share it.
He has something that he declares as curvature. That's what he
Okay,
has.
chair.
Yeah, I want to see it. Is he still here?
Sorry, I zoned out for a second. We're waiting for something interesting to happen.
Yeah, little devil. Come on, buddy.
Is he not in the VC?
He's not here anymore.
Are you guys
But
talking to
also-
someone who's not here?
Could
I think
also
they
be
are.
interesting to hear what Cornelius have to say about all of this Jedi have just conveyed to him.
Yeah, we can go back to him if you want.
Hey,
Just
you know
his immediate thoughts.
there's so many things to present.
Yeah, Cornelius, has any of these arguments changed your mind about looking into the flat Earth?
Not really, no.
Okay, what about
Good for you.
Marconi?
Good for you.
What about Marconi? let's go into Marconi, please.
Do what?
Marconi with his radio signals that were direct line of sight.
That seems to be a little.
Definitely, Cornelius, like pop in every now and then. You don't even have to speak. Listen to other people debate. And
Yeah,
just listen.
it's kind of something that you have to take on a little bit at a time because I even had to do that. The way that I came into flat Earth wasn't just like, boom, all of a sudden. It was kind of gradual. So it was proof that worked, but it was just like set in a narrative that I had to follow that was disproven.
Well, I had at least hoped that he would say, "Oh, what Jedi said made me go,
He said straight up no.
Yeah.
Jedi,
He
Jedi
might
has
feel that he might feel that he's not educated enough to answer these questions, right?
no. Jedi's got the shit going on, man. If you're gonna listen to somebody, listen to Jedi.
Yeah, I that was calm. That's what the best thing was. Very few interruptions.
I mean, I can
So it
admit
should
that
be.
wasn't my point, but
I do think we Globers do have a plausible explanation for the Selene alien that fits our model. I understand you don't believe our model, but I don't think it violates our model.
That both bodies are simultaneously refracted over the horizon. That's believable to you, Matthew?
Yeah, because it's only refracted like half a degree each, so it's not.
But one or the other way.
So just another
one or the other
illusion. One more illusion you have to believe to maintain belief in spinning spaceballs. That.
Matthew, there is a time for anything, and right now the time wasn't for the globe.
So I actually have an interesting question, right? So the moon, when it's a lunar eclipse, half of it is light and half of it is shadow. Wouldn't each of them have a different level of refraction? The shadowed part and the light part? How can we see the full moon together, the shadow and the light? If they should refract differently, since one is a light and one is a shadow.
During a lunar eclipse you're talking about?
Yeah, during a Selene-Linium lunar eclipse, you say that the moon is being refracted over the horizon.
Right.
Half the moon is a light and half the moon is a shadow.
wouldn't a light reflect differently in the atmosphere than a shadow? Yet we get the full moon coming.
They're the same. Light is refracted the same.
Okay, why is it different then in the Stellanilian eclipse? Because it's sometimes like to the up down, and then sometimes it's from the bottom up.
The refraction happens where it's being pulled up slightly above the horizon in all cases.
Why is it then sometimes from the up down then?
Yeah, you're talking about where the shadow appears to be coming from.
Yeah, but the sun is still above the horizon.
That's also being refraction, apparently.
Matthew, you have to explain this.
Yeah, I'll explain it with the diagram here.
Oh, okay.
Did you just Google that?
I still think that the light part of the moon would be reflected differently than the shadowed part.
Matthew.
Yes.
You see your image. Do you see your image that you just posted?
Yes.
All right. So how does that explain where the shadow is upon the moon? Because within this diagram, it can only appear, from the bottom of the Earth, and then you get your shadow. How do you get a shadow on the top?
So in this diagram, you can see that the moon is in the shadow. So obviously, this is exaggerated it's not to scale, but the top of the moon is in the shadow, and on the right-hand side of my diagram, and the bottom is lit up. So the red guy on the top of the Earth, to him, from his perspective, it looks like the top is in shadow, and the blue guy on the bottom of the Earth, from his perspective, the shadow is closer to his feet. So from his perspective, it looks like the top is lit up, not the bottom. So it's a matter of.
So this disproves your other argument.
No.
Disproves his other argument.
No, this doesn't prove anything. It's just an explanation of how it fits our model.
Sorry. No. So the Stellanilian eclipse is only observable from certain latitudes at any one time. You're not going to make this observation. This observation never fucking happens because it's a local phenomena. Right? Like the area of totality when we're talking about a solar eclipse. You don't see that all across the Earth. You only see it in one location. So that's akin to this argument. You don't see this, Matthew.
You're right. A solar eclipse is only visible in a radius of about 70 miles anywhere at one point on Earth. I'm talking about a Stellanilian, a lunar eclipse.
Yeah,
and lunar eclipses are visible from half of the Earth.
No, they're not. No, they're fucking not, Matthew. So I observed one.
What are you talking about? And anywhere where the moon is visible, the lunar eclipse is visible.
No, problems. So sometimes you can't see Stellanilian eclipses if you are in, say, southern latitudes, and it's only observed in northern latitudes.
So
it's the same.
Yeah, the Stellanilian eclipse.
So the picture you're saying, how is the top part shadowed, but the bottom part have light? I still don't get it.
Do you see the moon on the right-hand side of my image, where from?
It's a refract. Okay, so
the diagram's perspective, it's the bottom part that is illuminated. But from the little blue guy standing on the Earth, it's from his perspective that part is near his head, not his feet, so it looks upside down from.
So you're saying like the two moons there aren't really there? It's that little shadow dot on the right. That's where the moon really is.
Yeah, that's where the moon actually is. That's what it looks like to those two.
Matthew, this disproves your other argument with us that the moon looks the same size in two different areas.
Wait, how does that? In what sense? What do you mean? They're about the same distance from the red guy and the blue guy.
Oh, so you're saying that they're within the same distance?
Right.
Oh, okay.
In the globe model, the moon is 230,000 miles away from the Earth. And if you're plus or minus 1,000 or 2,000 miles, it's not going to make a big difference.
So the refraction of the Earth with the sun will make a difference, but not the size of the moon from one area to another.
Refraction moves where it is. It doesn't change the size.
You're being ridiculous.
No, this is how refraction works. Refraction moves where something appears to be. And then I thought you were asking about the apparent size of something. That's a separate question.
Refraction doesn't change size. What about like the supermoon?
Sorry.
Oh, well, refraction.
It changes the apparent
Refraction
size.
is the answer to everything for the globe,
It
but
changes
it's
the
not
apparent.
the answer.
No, it
changes the
changes the
apparent
apparent
size.
location.
It changes the apparent size of something that you haven't measured in the first place.
Apparent size. You can measure apparent size.
No. Refraction
Yes,
is your claim for changing
No,
the
you
apparent
can you
size
measure
of
apparent size
something.
with the sextant.
Shut up. If something that you haven't measured in the first place, can we get that measurement, please?
Someone just said sextant.
Okay, the apparent size of the moon is about half a degree. You can easily measure that with the sextant.
Oh, well, I was talking about the radius in this case.
Can you
Sorry,
measure
carry on.
elevation? Can you measure elevation angles to Polaris with a sextant?
Yes, you can.
Awesome. And you don't draw a tangent line, do you?
No.
You can use a perpendicular to down.
Don't say it.
But so not using a sextant, because you would use a horizon mirror in a sextant. Wouldn't you?
Horizon's a pretty close estimate to.
That's why we have a
90
fucking
from down.
horizon. That's why we have a horizon mirror in it. Yeah. But you're using an angle measuring device. We're going to get our longitude and latitude lines from moving away from Polaris. You're only going to do it on a flat surface. But anyway, we digress. Marjorie Worms has been waiting very patiently to make that argument. I think they've been waiting for about an hour now. They wanted one person to come in, and after that one person, they were going to have the balls to speak. So, Marjorie Worms, I'm just going to call you Worms. Makes it much more easier for me to speak at fucking 6 o'clock in the morning. So, you there, Worms? Are you going to present your argument now? We'll be here all day with Matthew. Come on, Worms. It's all down to you. Otherwise, we're going to have to talk to Matthew. All right, Worms, we will get back to you. I'll call you out in again 5 minutes, maybe you've nipped to the toilet or something. Not a problem at all.
Okay, what about JCW?
Have they got defining roles, Kim?
I don't know. Let me check.
Always a good idea to check.
I'm still confused how the shadowed part of the moon can be refracted.
Oh, flat earther.
So are we, man.
How can the shadowed part of the moon be refracted? Because I get the light part. The shadowed part doesn't make sense.
Do you know what? It doesn't make sense to any of us. There you go.
It's because the dark part of the moon is darker, not completely absent of light. So the light part of the moon is a lot brighter, but the dark side of the moon is still lit up slightly.
No. It
Yes.
doesn't make sense.
How do you predict when the moon's going to turn red? How do you predict when the moon's going to turn pink or blue or green? How do you predict that hundreds of years in advance? Being as you're saying that that's the scattering of the light through the atmosphere of the Earth. Fuck me. Do you know what the atmospheric conditions of the Earth are going to be like 100 years in advance?
No, I don't think we can predict if it's going to be red or not.
Yeah, we can.
We can't. Nobody can predict the sky moving. Buddy, why is that so hard for you to...
Again, as I said, if you have, for example, the shadowed side of the moon should refract differently than the bright part of it, just because of how light works. Surely.
Look, Matthew's the lost cause. He's all up in the globe model. And there's just nothing you can do.
How does the moon come together in one piece when they're both different levels of light? I don't get it.
Belief.
Same way that if you wear glasses and you look at something that is brighter, like a basketball in the sunlight, it appears to be circular.
No, but that's not the same as the moon being 300,000 kilometers away and curving through the atmospheric lens, like the curve of the Earth, and then appearing above the horizon in one piece.
Matthew, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Who has ever measured directly the curvature of the Earth?
No one has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth.
So you just have to believe it, right?
You can calculate the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, you can calculate it, which is what they say they do for satellites, right?
For satellites and for like the height of Mount Everest, you can calculate how high it is, even though nobody's
No, 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 no,
directly
no. I
measured
said
it.
satellites, not Mount Everest.
Oh, I'm just using that as an example that sometimes we calculate
That's
things
a
rather than
very,
directly measure them.
very
Sorry.
myth.
How do we calculate the height of Mount Everest, Matthew?
With trigonometry and
that's a
survey
fucking
equipment.
shame when you got a curved Earth.
Calculation.
Sorry, mate. You're talking about elevation angles. You're going to have a problem on a curved surface.
Fine, if you want to say that. I'm just saying that it's a calculation, not a measurement. That's all.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, so actually, how do we know how far the sun and the moon is?
Those are complicated things that have been built up over the years based on lots of assumptions and measurements.
Thank you.
So it's a complicated.
So I just want to say that if the selenium can give you a fake moon location, how can you look up at the sun and the moon and say that's where it is and that's how far it is? If refraction is so powerful, it's going to give you an optical illusion moon, yet you look at that optical illusion moon and optical illusion sun and you use that to figure out the distances and the orbits.
Yeah, because the optical illusion isn't very strong. It only moves the sun and the moon and the stars about half a degree and only right near the horizon.
And that could throw off your orbits by millions of miles and your distances by millions of miles.
Right.
Yes
That's
or no?
That's why if you're doing celestial navigation as an ancient sea mariner, you shoot the stars above 20 degrees. You don't ever use anything right on the horizon.
Okay.
No, but I'm asking
what do
you
you
how you use to calculate.
Hold on. What do you use for celestial navigation?
I use GPS, but they use
yeah. And when they were doing that, were they getting elevation or declination angles?
They were trying to figure out how high above horizontal the stars were.
Awesome. So they did that by using elevation angles or declination angles?
Elevation above the horizon.
Awesome stuff. So requiring the surface of the Earth to be level then to get a fucking angle, because we're doing elevation angles, not your declination angle where you've got a plumb line. So David using it this way, and every time me and you talk about it, you start getting declination angles. When you use a sextant, you get an elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth.
Sure,
You've
so you
done
subtract 90.
You need straight lines to do that, though, don't you?
Oh, don't you want to subtract 90 from the 23.4 axis?
No, I'm saying you can, if you use declination versus elevation angles, you can subtract from 90 and use either.
Exactly. Okay, go ahead.
So, question for Matthew. So the photo you sent to explain the Saturnian eclipse, you showed that the moon was refracted. How come we only care about that during a Saturnian eclipse? How come when you don't ever say it? Like if you see the moon on the horizon, it's a refraction. And it's actually, how come you only consider this refraction only to explain the Saturnian eclipse, but you never ever consider it every other day of the year?
No, we do. Every day of the year, we say that both the sun and the moon are refracted slightly above the horizon, both during moon rises and moon sets and sunrises and sunsets, about half a day.
Only when we don't see the moon for 3 days.
Send it again?
Only when we don't see the moon for 3 days, by the way.
No, it's all year round.
No, it's only when we don't see the moon for 3 days.
Can you send the photo again you sent of explaining the Saturnian eclipse? In voice chat 1? Matthew?
Yes, I'm getting it.
Thanks.
I love you, Matthew. I really do.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
So, 1 second. So the moon is really where the shadow is, right? So that means that, yeah?
Yeah. So sorry. So this is obviously not to scale, and the sun is on the left, the Earth is in the middle, the moon is on the far right of that image, and then the two pictures of the moon represent what the red guy is seeing and what the blue guy is seeing from his perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I admit this doesn't prove anything. It doesn't explain anything.
It's not right.
It basically shows what we Globers think.
It's not right.
But isn't the sun also supposed to be refracted?
But
So
it's
where's the
not
sun?
right. Okay, go ahead.
Where is the sun really in this picture? Because you're saying the sun is there, but in your globe explanation, you say both the sun and the moon is a refraction. So where is the sun really in that photo?
In this diagram, it's showing where the sun and the moon actually are, not where they're refracted to.
No, where they could be. Please state
Sorry,
that they
where
could
they actually are in the globe model.
could be.
Right. Okay, where they could be, and obviously this is not to scale.
But your globe explanation says that the sun it's in the sky, but it's not really there. It's also refraction, but you have it in the photo right there.
It's not necessarily refraction. That's the sun 8 minutes away within that model, so we see it late.
Could be. It's always could be because they're doing a model, a scale that is not reality. So you have to at least make them concede down to could be. Could be. It's not actual. Like you can't say that it's actually doing it because when you're looking at it in reality, it's not doing that. Right?
I'm trying to explain in our model how it could.
No, I'm saying what it's doing in reality. What is it doing in reality?
In reality, we're just looking at observations, and so direct observations. Basically, we need to figure out what's happening in reality from those observations.
Okay, so you're telling me that in reality, I'm not seeing what I'm actually seeing, right?
Right. Interestingly, in the globe model, if you watch the sunset over an ocean, the minute the sun touches the horizon, the sun is actually physically, geometrically below the horizon. It's being refracted up about the same amount as the width of the sun.
Okay.
Same with the moon and the
Okay, isn't that silly? Isn't that silly? Isn't that silly?
I don't think it's silly. I think it's just sort of a consequence of how things work. What's silly?
Oh, so you don't believe that reality is what it is?
Bollocks! You just made a claim to the horizon being physical again without realizing it.
No, I don't claim that the sun is exactly where it appears to be all the time. It's close.
Sun went behind the horizon, was below the horizon, making a claim to the physical nature of the horizon.
Right.
You've been in the server long enough. You know the horizon's an optical phenomenon, not physical Earth curve, mate.
No, the horizon is a physical object. The geometric horizon is a physical phenomenon. The apparent horizon is close to where the geometrical one is, but it may differ. It may change the position of where it looks to be, but that doesn't mean the geometric horizon doesn't exist.
You're not doing so good for your model right now. You're not doing so good.
So when I see the sunset, is that the curve of the Earth I'm seeing the sun disappear behind?
Yes, it is. Uh-huh.
Oh, so that's the curvature of the Earth, is it? Sunsets, that's the physical curve of the Earth.
Yes,
no refraction.
Historically, that's what's convinced most people that the Earth is a globe.
I don't give a fuck about historically. I'm more interested in you in this server for so long and knowing better. Right, you are now hold on, Matthew. You are now claiming that at sunset and fucking sunrise as well, that right there's the physical curve of the Earth. Fuck refraction. Fuck all of the atmosphere that we're looking through. Forget all of that bollocks. That's the curvature of the Earth, according to Matthew at sunset and sunrise. Right?
Hey, can I do something real quick?
It better be fucking.
Is my mic on? Can I please? This is
Well,
about
why are you
mic.
doing it right now, right in the middle of his point?
Well, I thought he
Just
finished
finish
it. I just want to.
yeah.
He's talking about night. Okay. I'll go right after. Sorry for interrupting.
Sure. Let me just answer. The image I posted, the sun is setting, and the bottom of the sun is blocked by the physical curvature of the Earth.
There it is,
But you've also witnessed the sun dissipating above the horizon, right, Matthew?
Right. Sometimes the atmosphere does
Okay,
weird
yeah.
things, but ultimately the actual cause for us not
Just
being
say
able to
that
see the
you have
sun is that there's
witnessed
something
that.
between the sun and us. Now, and that is a physical Earth curve. Now, of course, the apparent horizon may change up and down a little bit. We've all seen the Skunk Bay thing to see how unreliable locations are on the horizon. And so
But I
we only
love
see the apparent
perspective.
horizon, but that doesn't mean that the geometric horizon doesn't exist. It's just that it might not be
But
exactly where we see it.
perspective, absolutely. The fact that you've seen the sun dissipate above the horizon and then seen it not
Jedi
do
was
that.
was trying to do something here, guys.
Go ahead.
It's because you've made a claim to the physical curve of the Earth. There it is, visible at sunset and sunrise, and forgetting about atmospheric refraction and all of that bollocks. You've just removed
moves it.
And no, it's 3 miles.
Hold on. So it's
your
moved
view
now.
on the beach.
It's moved now.
Yeah, refraction changes
So
the apparent.
it's not physical then. So the sun isn't disappearing behind the physical curve of the Earth.
Yeah, maybe I'm not explaining. Well, I would say
that's what I'm jumping up and down on you, Matthew, because you're saying out of one side of your mouth, sunset, that's the curve of the Earth. And now because I'm pointing it out to you, it's like, oh, no. It either is or it isn't. Which one is it?
The sun is blocked by the physical curve of the Earth. That's the geometric horizon. Now, the refraction does change the location of where that appears, but changing the location where it appears doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just looks.
Yes, it does.
May look.
Okay, so prove the curvature, please.
Well, there is the selenial problem. That's the selenial eclipse. That's why we say your causal claim of the shadow being cast from the Earth is debunked at this point, because now everything that you're seeing is always flat. That's your concession. When you say refraction, you say, "Oh, it looks more flat now."
Okay, just please prove the curvature of the Earth. That's all I ask.
Well, I want to bring up the fact
No. Into the break. Into the break.
The sunlight does go away. Hey, I'm speaking. Okay, give me 1 minute of stand time, okay, please. The light in general, since you would claim that all the stars in the sky are the sun, our light that we would be perceiving is all also coming in parallel, and so that the night sky would be lit up. And the apologetics for why there is such thing as night, because everything should just be lit, because, that's a good question. What's the speed of dark? Is that the universe is expanding into nothing. And that's the way they fixed it. And so I like to have them bring it up. I only had 1 minute because everybody's fighting against me, because night actually debunks the whole thing. Just the fact that there is night. It's not about, we could talk all day about it going over a little hill.
But you have to stay on topic. There's a lot of people that don't know what you know.
Is Obler's paradox, that if you see stars, then everything should be lit up. And to believe that it's not, in this secular, atheistic, heliocentric pseudo-religion, it is to believe that everything's expanding into nothing. Nothing came from nothing and is everything and is expanding into nothing. So,
but we need to keep it on
very
topic.
much is on topic. It is on topic. It is the topic.
It's not.
That night, because he asked, why is there night? Why is there night? Because the sun goes away, right? Well, yeah, there shouldn't be night if the stars are the sun. So it's very much on topic, and it shuts down. That's why are you trying to fight me on this?
I'm not. I believe you. I know what you're saying, and what you're saying is true. But what you're saying also just derails the whole topic that we're talking about.
No, it quickly consumes it.
So Obler's paradox is easily taken care of by simply saying there are not an infinite number of stars. And now nobody thinks there is an infinite number of stars.
There's not.
No, it's not an infinite number of stars. It's that there's an
We see
expansion happening where
stars.
the light is being sucked out of your available vision. There is an infinite to you. See, this is you going against your own belief now, Matthew.
Okay, so Obler's paradox says, if there's an infinite number of stars, how come we don't see a perfectly white night sky? How come we see darkness? And the answer is, there's not an infinite number.
Are you talking about the sun?
No, he's answering the Obler's paradox.
What was the answer, Matthew? What was the answer?
Obler's paradox says, hey, if there's an infinite universe and an infinite number of stars, then how come there is darkness in the sky? And it's correct. There wouldn't be darkness if there were an infinite number of stars.
There's not.
Nobody thinks there's an infinite number of stars, and that's why
nobody thinks that.
So just a couple of things. Just on Olbers. Can you guys hear me? Okay? Because I was
Hold on.
Yeah. So
universe.
Yeah. Can I just get in there?
It is expanding into.
Cool. So I'm just going to carry on talking because he's not stopped. So this is called Olbers paradox. So I don't know why people are calling it Olbers.
Louder.
Louder, buddy.
Crypto, you just got very quiet.
You're fading.
Yeah. Is that better?
Sorry, I may have.
Is that better?
It's the format fallacy. Continue.
So anyway, it's Olbers paradox, Olbers, not Oblers. And there's a couple of. I don't give a shit what you have to say. Just stop talking.
Format fallacy. Yeah. Okay, thank you for correcting me. I appreciate it. Love you.
All right,
please stop. Into the break.
What's this guy's name?
Into the break.
The King.
Yeah, he's getting muted. He's irritating me before I even started talking. I don't know how you guys put up with him, to be honest.
I mean, I love the guy, but he also has too much to say.
Yes, there's a couple of interesting things about Olbers paradox. First of all, you've got to consider the distance to the stars in their paradigm. Second of all, you don't need an infinite number of stars. You just need a few thousand. You just need to fill each dot in the sky, right? So don't fall for the there must be an infinite number of stars. That's not required at all.
Thank you, Crypto. Literally took the words out of my mouth. Good man. Good to see you as well.
You too, man. You too. Sorry, carry on.
No, you're all right, buddy.
Hey, sorry about that.
It's okay. You just get taken off track sometimes very, very quickly, and it's sometimes a bit of a hassle to stay on subject. That's all.
Yeah, what's the topic now?
Yeah, that's right. We don't know because you took us off topic.
Worms disappeared as well. That was a shame. I was waiting for ages to compile their argument and let a few people go first and then have the balls to come in and say it. So look out for Worm. They've got an argument. Who else have we got in?
You need to let
white
people
light is off
respond.
the board.
You need to let people respond. You don't know that they're still with you if you keep talking.
True. No, true. I've been having a discussion. Now I'm kind of just talking with you guys. Like, who was here? We're talking about the speed of darkness now. About white light, Obler's paradox, why night exists.
We need to be talking to people that are new, and they're all gone.
Well, no,
Cornelius is still here, but I
because
don't
that's
want
a big question. Why does night exist? You come into a flat Earth, you think that there's a big light shining over a flat Earth reification fallacy map or something, whatever confusion there's happening. And it's like, I'm trying to help people out. Like, no, the confusion is what night in this secular view. There's many possibilities of a lot of things, but, let's ask questions, right, Matthew? Matthew's here. Matthew's my buddy. I've asked him a lot. We talk all the time.
Matthew will always give you the Glober.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. That's why I'm
I get it.
and that's not even wrong. It's like it's not even that bad. It's like, hey, kind of like maybe you could create the perpetual motion device that saves humanity, Matthew. Like if you take some of the ideas that we're talking about and some of your ideas,
Okay, well, Matthew is never going to
humanity
become a
can
flat earther.
progress.
He's never going to
We
become
don't
a
need
flat
to
earther.
label people.
He's
That's
going to
not
be
a
your
necessity.
bar partner.
This is
We need
devolving.
people to be excited in their thought.
Okay. Gonna have to start meeting because this is devolving. Let's just get back on track.
I'm shutting it off. All right.
So is Cornelius still with us? Cornelius, are you distracted by like a light on the ceiling or something? Are you there? You watching TikTok or something?
Accurate.
It's 15 seconds of concentration and on to something else, right?
Exactly.
So Cornelius, are you there, Cornelius? If not, we'll
Yeah, I'm
talk
here.
more. Hey, how you doing, buddy? You good?
Yeah, fine.
Awesome stuff. So what have you been thinking about in the last 10 to 15 minutes while Matthew tried to take the game away?
Nothing much. I was
Really?
just playing a game.
Awesome. So has anything that we've said to you in the last hour or so given you food for thought? Or have you just decided to go and play TikTok?
Or your game.
Neither.
Neither.
Okay.
So you still think that
He's
you can
been
have
playing
gas
the
pressure?
games.
You still think you can have gas pressure without a container? And you still think that the Earth is so big and we're so small we can't see the curvature of the Earth, even though the math dictates that we should, but we still can't find it?
Yeah, I feel like there's an answer to those questions. I'm just not really qualified to answer them. I mean, I'm not like a physics major or anything.
But
Do you mean that you're playing a game and that you can't engage in a conversation with people?
You went on
It's
to
just like
talking to
Cornelius is,
someone else.
I'm gonna look into it, right? You should go investigate. Go search online, ask a PhD guy, right? Go investigate. See if you're satisfied with his response.
You have to understand what you just said, Cornelius, right? I don't know the answer, but I believe somebody else has got it. Well, that's one of the reasons why we're here, because we don't just talk to people like you all day. We try and find the answers from the people that have made the claims. So those people are the ones that we got the story from, right? And it always comes back down to, have they given us anything that we can verify for ourselves with these claims that they make? The Earth being a ball, that it moves in the vacuum of space. Now we understand you can't have gas pressure without a container. And we understand, like I said, the physical horizon isn't physical anymore. You did understand about the horizon not being physical anymore, don't you? You got that point, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. So we understand that no boat went over any curvature of the Earth then, don't we?
Well,
Yes, Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe some of those preconceived ideas that you had before you came in here have kind of evaporated, right? Yeah. I mean, even the thing about...
Not really.
Not really. So do you think there is a way that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Or has somebody else done it, you're fine with that, even though they can't demonstrate it?
Just go look into cause and effect. If you can't demonstrate cause and effect with anything, it's not science. We're not science deniers. We're literally the people that are promoting science and disavowing pseudoscience that doesn't have the things that require science.
Oh, I'll try this one. Cornelius, put your joystick down for a second, mate. If I was to ask you, is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a ball? Would you say there was, or would you say there wasn't?
I would say there was.
Right. Would you understand if I was to say to you that if we are to figure out the shape of an object, science would not be the tool that we would use? Science deals with Science deals with phenomena and the causes of phenomena. The shape of the object isn't a phenomena, is it?
No.
Awesome. So there wouldn't be any scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth because science wouldn't be the tool that we use now, would it? So you've learnt something there, haven't you? Right? We don't use science to prove shapes.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Do you think you'll remember that piece of knowledge into the rest of your life? Or you're just going to put it down in 15 seconds and move on to something else? You've learnt something. Will you remember it? God, I've really got to dumb everything down, haven't I?
Hey, I gotta apologize because I want to say I thought you were talking to somebody different besides Matthew.
That's fine.
Well, I'm gonna remember this conversation, obviously.
Okay.
But
Well, Matthew is a pseudoscience guru.
Hold on.
Sorry.
I know that you're going to remember the conversation, but it's the information within the conversation, whether you agree with it or not. So, do we use science to prove the shape of objects?
I mean, it can.
Geometry isn't.
Yeah, geometry isn't science. Science deals with cause and effect. Now, effect, that's something happening. And then we want to prove the cause, the thing that made that thing happen. Is science the tool we use to figure out a concrete noun? Nothing happening. A ball is nothing happening. Do we use science for this?
Well, I guess not.
Awesome. So, I know that you said that you're going to remember the conversation, but can you take away the information as well after critically thinking about it for yourself? That's how learning's done.
And this is the perfect time to introduce the actual measurements that we do in reality of differential leveling. That's establishing a level to build your house level and build everything roads level, as well as navigating. And we navigate based on elevation angles from horizontal. And our whole mapping system, Cartesian coordinate system, is based on latitude, longitude, which is only achievable by taking elevation angle measurements from horizontal. And so 1 degree per 60 miles is a flat earth confirmation and measurement. So we can do this. We can do this by differential leveling because all horizontal is parallel to another horizontal.
Navigation.
This is terrestrial navigation. This is real. We're talking in the real world.
Okay, you go ahead and talk to Jedi when you.
I just wanted to interject that. Okay, that was boom. I'm off, and then.
What I'm going to suggest, Cornelius, stick yourself off mute for a second, mate. I'm going to talk to you. Cornelius. So with what my friend just said, I'm going to dumb this down really for you. Quick question: can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved? You know what an angle is, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. If one of those lines is curved, can you put a protractor on it and measure an angle?
I'm not sure I really understand the question. Sorry.
No, is
You'd have to measure 2 angles, wouldn't you?
Hold on.
2 or 3 angles.
You know what a right angle is? A right angle triangle, for example, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. Can you measure 90 degrees if one of those 2 lines is curved? Silence is deafening, mate.
No.
No, exactly. You can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. And what my friend was just suggesting to you, that we navigate the Earth using angle measuring devices. If the Earth was curved, we would not be able to use angle measuring devices because one of those lines is curved. You understand that, right? Awesome. So when we're navigating using the stars, we're getting angles to the stars, right? At certain times of years, they appear in certain places, so we know where the fuck we are. Now, we've done this for hundreds of years, okay? Using sextants, which are angle measuring devices. And you know, because you're a smart enough kid, to understand that you can't measure angles if one of those lines is curved. Understanding this removes the Earth being a ball. Because in every single instance, I don't care what calculations you're going to use, you're always going to come back to a flat plane to get your angle from.
Your longitude, your latitude, all of those are built upon
Angles.
angles. Thank you.
So you know what a triangle is, don't you, mate?
Yeah.
Awesome. And you know that you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved? Yeah. Awesome. We use angle measuring devices to navigate across the Earth, don't we? Yes. Yeah, awesome. And this requires the Earth to be flat, doesn't it?
Buddy, are you following?
Yeah, I'm following. I mean,
are you sure? Please, let us know what you're like taking in and following.
You might not fully understand what you're saying.
Just please, like, revert to everything that we've said.
So I don't know if you asked him, but do you know what a sextant is, Cornelius?
Well, you've said it quite a few times. It's an angle measuring device, and sailors use it.
Yeah, so like if you want to find out our longitude and latitude, it'll like, you just aim it up at the star, as far as I'm aware, and you look at the angle, right?
There's a horizon.
And use the horizon as the bottom, and you use the direction of the star as the top. I think what they're saying is, because I've never thought about this, I think what they're saying is that because Earth is curved, you can't use the sextant if the base is a curve. The base has to be level to form a proper triangle.
Exactly. Your sea level has to be level.
Sometimes the simplest arguments are the ones that go very, very quickly over people's heads because they're so simple.
Occam's razor.
Maybe you could you guys explain what would happen if you use a sextant on a globe?
If you use a sextant on a globe and you've got a presupposition that the Earth is a ball and you're going to be navigating across this ball, every single calculation will take you down to an equatorial plane, making the Earth flat so you can get elevation angles from them. So even if you're on a ball, your calculations take you to a flat plane, whether that be on the surface of the ball or from the radius point outwards equatorial plane. But what you will always do is take this sphere around with you and operate from a plane. Your calculations basically take you down to the plane, even if you think you're on a ball.
Exactly.
Basically, what you have is a flat plane, and above you, you have a projection of the celestial sphere. That's the circle bit. You're on the plane in the middle of it. All of your elevation angles will be taken from this equatorial plane, or your area of equal altitude. Your area of equal altitude extends from you and to the GP position of any fucking star. In actual fact, all stars at all times, because you could measure to any one of them or all of them. Now, every single star requires to have a 90-degree angle back from the ground position back to you. Polaris.
Exactly.
All of them. So this calculation and all calculations within celestial navigation take you to a flat plane where all GP positions of stars have got a literal ground position, and you've got 90 degrees from that ground position. That can only be achievable on a flat plane. You're not going to get that on a curved surface. You're not going to get one fucking angle, let alone thousands of them.
Why do I ask people?
Could you use a sextant on a globe if you kept using it like locally, like you just kept using it?
Hold on. How do you utilize a compass? What do you do to utilize a compass? Horizontal to the ground, just like everybody else. That's how you utilize a compass. Thank you.
I guess without putting too much information in your head, what we are saying to you is we see the Earth flat, we measure the Earth as flat, and we practically use the Earth as flat. At no point is the Earth observed, measured, or practically used as a ball. That's what we're saying to you.
Should we talk about pilots? How they navigate and what they have to consider when they fly?
Yeah. How about long distance flights and emergency?
Yeah, absolutely. We should. You know what? Anything that you have to, especially the gyroscopes or anything else that's used on a plane, is used on a plane that's non-rotating.
Are you aware, Cornelius, that pilots are taught to assume that they're flying on a flat stationary plane?
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah,
so they're taught not to consider curvature, not to think about it. Don't consider Earth's spin. Don't think about it. This is what they're taught.
Yeah, don't think about the spin. Yes.
Well,
don't think about the curvature.
Well, what curvature?
Yeah.
Why would they be accounting for things nobody ever
No
met?
curvature or non-rotating.
Kim, you just stepped right over me again. Why would they be accounting for things nobody ever measured or saw? That's it. Go ahead.
So, for example, Cornelius, what direction do they say the Earth is spinning?
East to west.
East to west, right? So when a pilot is flying, they don't consider this. Basically, what we are told is that when a plane is in the sky, it rotates with the Earth perfectly as if the Earth isn't moving beneath them to the exact degree.
Exactly.
Point of order, they say it spins west to east, but yeah.
Yeah, he is correct, yeah. Stars move across the sky east to west. Earth goes west to east.
There you go. It's spinning.
So you're flying a plane. Either the Earth isn't moving beneath you, or you believe that gravity brings everything with it, no matter the altitude of the plane, to the exact degree that it's moving as if the Earth isn't moving beneath you. While the Earth is rotating the sun, spinning on its axis, moving through space at 67,000 miles per hour, all this movement, and you feel none of it.
Yeah, we're here for a reason.
None of it. We feel none of it. Right, Matthew?
It's below the threshold of human senses. That's correct.
You mom.
Yeah, we're here for a reason, buddy. We're here for a reason.
I agree with Matthew, though. Stuff that doesn't exist is definitely below the threshold of human senses.
So maybe Matthew wants to explain why we don't feel any of the movement.
It's beneath
humans cannot sense movement. We only sense acceleration, and the acceleration is so slight that we don't feel it.
Exactly.
The speed we're talking about, though, would it make a difference?
No, come on. You're throwing them softballs. Why are you doing that? Come on. We were talking about Obler's paradox, and now you're asking them about, like, why he doesn't... Come on.
Okay, can you tell that you're moving in a car?
Yes, you can hear it. You can sense the vibrations, which are the tiny accelerations from the roughness in the road.
No, just period. You can tell that you're moving in a car, period.
Yeah, from those things.
He agrees. Yeah. Matthew,
we're going to get there. So, also, it's not really acceleration.
Why aren't we progressing?
Let me finish. It's not even acceleration. It's actually velocity, right, Matthew?
No, it's humans only sense acceleration. We do not.
No. So, for example, if I'm moving at a specific speed and then I do a sharp turn right, am I going to feel it?
Yes, because that's an acceleration.
That's not acceleration because your speed is the same.
Your velocity is different. Your velocity is different.
Exactly.
It's a change in velocity, which is also direction, right? It's both direction and speed.
Right.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Are you aware that Earth orbits the sun not in a perfect like orbit, like circular orbit?
Yeah, it's elliptical. That's right.
Exactly. So that is a change in direction, correct?
Yes.
So what you have is Earth is changing direction and also changing speeds. Now, at the speeds we're talking about, we don't feel any of this. Why is that?
Because human bodies only sense 0.15 meters per second squared acceleration, and it's below.
Human body. What about everything else on Earth?
What do you mean? So you asked why we can't feel it, and that's
but what about
that? Was an incorrect special pleading as well, like because people don't like.
People don't what?
People actually do feel that they're in a car and it's accelerating. This is like a car, a plane. You always feel all of that. You do. Don't act
might
like
feel
you don't.
In a plane. Yeah, in a plane.
No, you do. You feel it.
You do. You feel the up and down, a bump or turbulence.
all
But in
of
a
it.
car, imagine I don't know what argument you guys are having right now. I'm sorry to butt in. I just saw my buddy over here, Matthew, and I only imagined he's trying to defend himself here. What's the conversation?
But you feel any kind of movement in anything. Period.
But all right, imagine this though. When you're getting on the freeway, right? You feel like you're pressed
I feel
into the
it.
back of the seat until you get
But
to.
I feel it.
Right, only though until you get to 70, and then
No,
you're no
I
longer
feel
being
it all.
pressed.
Yes,
but not after you get to a certain speed. Once you maintain, like
Yeah,
once
I
you hit
feel
like
it.
cruise control,
Demon,
you are no
demon,
longer being pressed into the back of the seat.
Demon, are you aware Earth doesn't move at a consistent speed? nor a consistent direction.
Doesn't move at all, so
You
of course
don't
it doesn't do
feel.
those things.
No, in the globe model.
Are you
in the
kidding
globe
me?
model-
I still feel it.
In the globe model, Earth
You're constantly being
doesn't move
pressed to
at
the
a
back of your
consistent
seat, Flatsy, as you are in cruise control.
Come on,
like you're
guys.
constantly being pressed.
It's devolved now. We've got people jumping in. Oh, excuse me for fucking buttoning. I've only been here 5 fucking seconds. Come on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start muting the people.
No, but Demon
I don't
made a
care
claim
who
that
it is.
Earth moves at the same speed
Hey,
in his
you,
belief.
I'm
It's
muting
not
you.
true.
No, my claim was I heard y'all talking about acceleration. Acceleration is different from a constant velocity. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
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 So you agree that if we accelerate, we should feel it, correct?
Acceleration is yes. You will definitely feel acceleration.
Okay. So are you aware that Earth doesn't move at a consistent speed when it rotates?
Are you
the sun?
talking
It
about?
does
Okay,
accelerate.
I don't want to be pigeonholed here. The acceleration does change, but it's gradual change, right? So if you were getting on the freeway and you were going from 0 to 70, but it took you 365 days to get up to 70 miles an hour, do you think you'd feel yourself being pressed into the back of the seat?
What if you're going at, I don't know,
0? What if you're going at 0 miles per hour? Think you're gonna feel that?
I put the actual numbers at 59 past the hour.
Can he answer the question, or are you just gonna cut in now? Because I'll mute you then.
Yeah, I see your Matthew.
Yeah, what if we're going 0 miles per hour? Then what? Do we feel movement?
No.
No, we don't. So what did you guys demonstrate here? What did you validate? You just spent a lot of time talking about why we do not register or do not experience the thing that you claim is going on. Do you have any positive proof for the thing that you claim
The
is
globe
going on?
model though doesn't posit you would feel the thing that is claimed to be.
Yeah, well, I don't posit you would feel it either because I posit that it's not there. So where are we at in this conversation?
Cool beans. Yeah,
The fact that we don't feel anything doesn't prove anything one way or the other.
You're right. So what proves something one way or the other? Do you guys have anything like that?
That's a separate question. Earlier,
No. The question is demonstrate. Hey, you want a
Demonstrate.
You want a white knight? Yeah. Clown stride. Hey, you want a white knight for Matthew? Hey, step up.
Please.
Explain.
I did try and ask what the actual question was.
The light. Come
Why
on.
don't we feel acceleration?
Come on. Yeah, do it.
What is the actual question? You're really quiet into the break. I'm very sorry.
Movement on Earth. We feel
The
0.
actual question is, how do we measure the motion of the Earth?
Oh,
How do
yeah,
we
I don't know that
prove
one.
Yeah, no one fucking does.
Oh, no one does.
Hold on. What we get is reasons why we don't feel the motion of the Earth. Okay, that's not really helping anybody. We want demonstration and verifiability of the claim. So then the question becomes, have they ever proven the motion of the Earth to us, whether we can fucking feel it or not?
No proof.
Nope.
Anyone? Demons?
I mean the exact same opposite. Like I ask for, proof of, no movement. Like what's your measurement for that?
Okay, nobody experiences movement. Nobody measures movement. Nobody detects movement. There you go. There's my.
I detect. I can measure movement. Right.
Oh,
of what?
Measure it then.
Chill out, guys.
Yeah, everybody shut up. Seriously, you can't even speak to this guy with everybody
on a
getting
choo-choo
triggered.
train?
Who's
Is
going
your
here?
life a choo-choo train?
Oh
I
my
know
God.
this shit's moving, ain't it?
I have to shut him off. This is too much. Sorry.
You gone? Someone just said they can measure the motion of the Earth. I swear I heard that.
Right. So the rotation of the Earth, like the axial spin around its poles, we can measure that to an accurate degree as well.
Awesome. How'd you do that, buddy?
I haven't done it. Would you
No,
like
no,
me to tell you how it is done?
Yeah. If you could, that'd be great.
I think you already know what I'm about to say, but
If it's got
I would
anything
say
to 15 degrees an hour, then maybe.
I would say that you could calculate the latitude you're on based on the angular shift of a pendulum over a given amount of time, and that math it will always essentially point to your latitude, not your is it longitude or latitude? It's one or the other. I believe it's
latitude.
Yeah. Okay. But that math and that presentation does seem to play out. I haven't done it myself. I do want to do it. Have you guys ever done it?
What, Foucault's pendulum? Yeah.
You've done it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, how did you set your experiment up? Because I'm also curious. Because I know you need to have like a non-twisting wire. and like
See,
a
this is
non-magnet.
this is the problem with full court's not an experiment. So ultimately, it's demonstrating two separate reference frames. The Earth is moving beneath the ball that is swinging. Correct?
The pendulum maintains its planar position over a rotating body.
Yeah. So two reference frames, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is making a claim to the Coriolis effect. So that would mean, that everything that left the Earth's surface would appear to deviate as I observed it as I rotated away on the Earth. It would also mean a difference in flight times from east to west and west to east. In actual fact, everything that left the Earth's surface would now be under the influence of the Coriolis effect, an observation I make as I continue to rotate away from it. It appears to deflect.
Why does the math, though, appear to work? All right, so I could get the argument that these two reference frame things would only work maybe in the northern hemisphere based on like an AE flat Earth, but why would it work in the southern hemisphere as well?
You've missed the point completely. It is demonstrating two reference frames. Therefore, everything that left the Earth's surface would appear to deviate as I continue to rotate away. That's what it's claiming. Now, unfortunately, we don't see this anywhere. We don't see the Coriolis effect when things leave the Earth's surface. It's only observed within this, not an experiment.
Sure. I think we should. I think maybe we could find a way to maybe 3D print a Foucault pendulum apparatus setup. I think this would be interesting.
That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. But can we find a way to validate the cause of precession of pendulums?
Yeah. Well, I think we could start though by everyone actually doing the experiment.
Okay. What will they be manipulating to validate any cause? And you're talking over me again,
Pivot
Kim.
point, Flatsy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they do.
What?
Yeah.
Pivot
So what
point
will we
do
be
helicopters
manipulating
have?
for a supposed cause?
Yep.
Right. So I think if we could actually do this experiment across the board, and we could have so everyone, on the flat Earth side and the globe or concave Earth also, like why not do this and have it kind of standardized?
Do you understand this isn't?
Does the pendulum start on its own?
You understand this isn't an experiment, right?
But it matches. No, it is an experiment because you can repeat it. It's testable, and the outcome is relatable to actual real world data.
It's not affirming the consequent fallacy. It matches.
Where do we observe the Coriolis effect in the physical and natural world?
So the problem I'm encountering is like if we could do this experiment and then apply the mass, it would point that we could all.
No.
Hold on, my friend. I'm trying to go through the science bit. We need to naturally observe phenomena before you to claim science. So where do we observe the Coriolis effect?
So at no point does science say we have to have an explanation for the thing we're going to test.
Hold on.
Kind of what you're saying.
That's not what I've asked you.
An effect, buddy.
Hold on, Kim. He's not following me, and I don't need other people jumping in.
Sorry.
In science, we need something happening. We want to ask what caused that to happen. That's what the phenomena is.
Right.
So So where in the physical and natural world do we observe the Coriolis effect?
Right. So I think if we all did this pendulum effect, though, and we saw that the effect
Oh my God. I'm going to mute you if you don't
okay, I
answer the
will stop my
question.
sentence here.
I'm just going to mute you if you don't answer the question because you're waffling. All right, come with an answer.
My answer is the thing that we will all observe in this physical reality will be this angular.
Where's the Coriolis effect observed in nature?
It's not.
Earth-based Coriolis. Where do we observe
Okay,
that?
is anyone willing to debate this topic specifically then?
Yes.
We know better.
What day
than
would you like to debate this
buddy.
topic?
Well, we're
We
trying to,
know.
but you keep shifting
No,
away
I'm
from
going to
it,
bed
right?
in less than
Listen, we
20
want to get
minutes.
the
I would
observed
love to-
phenomenon.
And we know better than you.
We want to get the observed phenomenon, right? That's the first step in the scientific process, right? And then, okay, he's gone. Whatever.
Oh, no, he's not. He's there.
Back. Okay, yeah, we need to get the observed phenomenon, the first step in the scientific process, and then we need your supposed cause, what we're going to be manipulating to test as the cause for the observed phenomenon. So we just need simple answers to these things. We don't need to talk about every flat earther and every glober going out and doing a pendulum test. We just need to find out the answers to these simple questions. What are they? Please don't waffle for like 10 minutes and waste our time.
Cause and effect.
He's gone, man. He bounced, man.
No, he's
right here.
Oh, you didn't bounce. Oh, you're still here.
No, I just got muted when I had actually muted myself. Somehow somebody wanted to shut me up. The answer you're asking for, Aristotle. How about this? I've got a pendulum and I observe a drift in it.
Right. Can I? Sorry.
That's my phenomenon.
Okay,
sorry. What you've done is you've begged the question and you've observed the not now naturally observed phenomena within the device. You can't point to the physical and natural world and say, here's a phenomena, I want to figure out what the cause is. You're just going to beg the fucking question, say the earth is a ball and the pendulum does this.
No. I haven't even gone to measurements yet. I said I do this pendulum thing and I see that it does shift. Is that not an observable phenomenon? I haven't done any math yet.
No,
it's not.
Could it be air resistance or something? I don't know.
Okay, so what qualifies for an observable phenomenon in nature?
You witness it out in your reality, buddy.
This pendulum is in my reality.
Hold on.
Define it. Can you define it a little more? Does it have to be like a tree? What are you talking about?
I will fucking try. So ultimately, something that is outside of your influence, that is happening in the physical and natural world, not in a device that you've just made.
But if the wind's blowing, I can actually blow at the wind in the direction, and I will influence that natural wind blowing at me. So that wouldn't be qualifying in your definition.
Well, basically, because the cause of that is you.
Exactly. So you just said I disqualified wind.
Yeah, exactly. So remembering that science is.
I'm sorry. All right, here you go, Matthew. This is all back to you. If you guys want to debate, somebody, you can get a hold of me. DM me. We'll pick a day and a time, and then we'll set it up. Y'all DM me if you want to.
Not really. You don't sound worth it. You can't follow fucking simple questions, you prick.
Stride's trying to bait us into some kind of debate. That's all he's doing. So good luck with that, Stride.
He's trying to spin our wheels, and I guess it didn't work out for him, so he's out of here now.
Just what
anyway, back to natural observed phenomenon. Oh man, I love that. Like, it's such an easy thing to understand when once you get it. Yeah. They don't teach you that in school, of course, but that's all right. We got it.
Dude, what's happening?
Hey, Sonny, brother. How are you?
Much better. Doing quite well, actually. Yeah, I just have swimmer's ear right now. So I've had that before.
You'll be all right. Yeah.
Just a little alcohol. I bought drops, but they weren't expensive. But they're just 95% alcohol with some glycol or something.
I've heard, man. I know a guy that he put his own urine in his ear, and it cured his ear.
I've heard of that. You know what? I'm not opposed to trying it.
You know, exactly. I'm not opposed to trying it either, man.
I mean, it came from my body. What's the worst that could happen?
What's the worst that could happen? Yeah.
Your ear gets blown off.
Put your urine in your ear. What? Yeah, I heard that, man. I was like, what? Wait a minute. I had to stop for a second. Time out, man. Okay. I mean, it might work. He swears it worked. So,
hey, dude. So, what's the possibility of us at the moment when we get together coming up here next month, throwing together a 3-piece? I'm sure we could handle that, right? Somebody's got a little trap set. Would Renee be game for that?
I got a suitcase drum set. I got a cajon.
How about, you know what? Do you have a portable speaker to sing out of? That's the one thing I need.
I do have one of those. Yes, I do.
Because I'm going to bring.
Why would you not include me?
I'm gonna buy myself when I get a chance, so I can go out to the park and stuff and sing my ass off.
Dude.
Well, literally, you should at least include me, right? Right?
What'd you say, Flatsy? I have only hearing in one ear, so I'm having trouble.
Yeah.
I'm saying that you should at least include me, right?
Yes. Yeah, we should.
So I've already had a vision of me playing there already, and someone filming it, and then me like, here's how my mind works. Then me using that footage to start a whole new channel on YouTube and doing a whole music thing. Of course, I'm already married before the honeymoon. I mean, before the whatever has started. But yeah, you know how that goes. You know, you meet a girl, and then you go, you're in 5 minutes. You've already like met, like had a relationship.
50 ways to leave your lover.
Got married, had problems, got divorced, and that's you haven't even met yet.
50 ways to leave your lover.
50 ways to leave your Glober.
Oh shoot! Leave your Glober.
Slip out the flat, Jack. Make a new flat stand.
Oh man, you're gonna fucking hate me.
We got some newcomers here. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what's going on. We got some newcomers. We got Hank. We got Carter. We got Antidote. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hank, Carter, Antidote. How's it going?
Pretty good.
That's great.
Hello.
All right. What brings you to this place?
I'm on the fence of believing Earth is flat. I'm still,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on
Hank,
the
we
fence.
can't hear you, or is that just me? You
Yeah, you're really low.
Is
That's
that
true.
better?
Yeah.
Yeah,
only
I'm-
slightly.
No, I'm just on the fence of. I don't know. I've gone back and forth. You know.
Okay. What's swaying you one way or the other? What sort of things are on your mind?
I just can't trust. It's hard to trust certain sources nowadays. They teach you this shit in school, and then I just have been going back and forth. But I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the Earth is a pretty good source, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can always go to that. I think we can pretty much trust that. So what sort of things have you looked at? Like
Like,
what in particular?
I've looked at the curve. I honestly don't see the curve, like stuff like that. It just I mean,
I don't think anybody
I've gone back.
does because when we present a horizon that's too far to be curved to globers, they tell us that's because it's refracted. So in doing that, they're kind of telling us the same thing that we're saying, that they're seeing a flat horizon too, but they got an excuse about it, and then they tell us it's actually something other than what it looks like.
Yeah. No, I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for my coffee, by the way. Sorry.
No worries.
But yeah, I've been on the fence. You know, I'm.
Yeah, on the fence. Okay. But you don't really know what's keeping you on the fence?
Yeah, I don't know. I watch a video, then I watch another video. It's just like.
Well, what's in the
I go back-
video?
I watched like I forgot. It was Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'll find it. Hold on.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. I believe in the Earth is flat for the most part.
Oh, okay. For what reason?
Yeah. Because the government tries to shove this shit down your throat.
I guess.
Yeah.
But that in itself doesn't tell you that what the government's presenting is true, right? You kind of just have to hold the claim that they're making to scrutiny, right? Not just go based off of the source. So it came from the government. It must not be true. That would be a genetic fallacy, right? I mean, I agree they lie all the time about all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
but that in itself doesn't tell you anything about the claim specifically. Just that maybe you should be skeptical about it and hold it to scrutiny.
Yeah, like my first initial why I got into this was because the astronauts. I know the moon landing's fake, obviously, because I think the astronauts were paid off or just actors that were set up by the government.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't believe in any of that stuff, and so that kind of just leads me into believing Earth is.
You have no reason to, really. They've made a claim, and the evidence, so-called, that they presented for it is basically a movie. So, I mean, you can take it or leave it, right? There's nothing really there to validate the claim. But what would you actually do to try to determine whether this is a ball or a flat plane or whatever that you're living on.
Sorry, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean? What would I do?
Yeah, but
Yeah, you can ask him. Go ahead.
yeah, what would you actually be able to prove? The curvature of the Earth.
Like, what do you mean?
The actual curvature of the Earth. You have to prove it for it to be there.
I've gone in planes. I've gone in planes.
No planes. I'm saying the curvature of the Earth has to be proven for it to be there, right?
Yeah, no, I don't see the curve personally.
Yeah, but what curve?
So that's one other reason why they always bring
Go
up
ahead,
the curve.
Heretic.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. We can trade off, but let's just keep it orderly. Yeah, but what curve though, right? What curve would we be seeing, right? Whoever found that there was one? Like, how was that measured in the first place? Where do these claims of curve even originate from?
I guess we were just taught it in school. Like, you know what I mean? That's where I learned it from originally.
Well, that does seem to be the case. It does seem to be a claim that's just been passed down and down and down. And when we ask, like, where did this come from? Nobody seems to have the answer. Everybody seems to think somebody else has the answer. Some smart, sciencey, white coat type of person must have the answer. They did the science, they did the math, they must know. Or thousands of years ago, the Greeks had the answer. Well, what did they actually do? Oh, they looked at shadows. Well, how did the shadows tell them that? Well, they can't get to the core of it there either, right? So why are we even going around thinking that there's a curve? I think it's because of what you just said. It's a claim that's been passed down and down and down and down.
Yeah, no, without proving it, actually. I agree with that.
It was assumed in the first instance, and then they came up with ways to try to, kind of reify it, right? But it's never been proven because, for all we can tell, there is no globe there to actually prove. So how would they have done that?
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Like, it's just been passed down generation from generation without actually proving
It's
it.
tradition, basically. It's culture.
Yeah.
Santa Claus, Disneyland.
Disneyland. Yeah.
Santa Claus.
Passed down, man. It's passed down. Santa Claus was passed down, man. The globe was passed down.
Hey, flat earther, Professor Joe, I like your mic. It's a good
man. Thanks. It's a Marantz. You ever heard of Marantz?
No, I heard of Shure and Audio Technica.
Or Audio Technica. Yeah.
I have a AT2040.
He's got a very good mic to pass down what we're talking about.
FX.
Disneyland, man. You ever been to Disneyland?
Yeah, I've been to Disney.
They have different places inside Disneyland. One of them's called Fantasyland.
Yep, and Tomorrowland. Frontierland, Adventureland.
Frontierland. Yeah, they got different lands there. And Fantasy and Frontier. I get it, man. I get you got sucked into the system, man. It says, hey, man, the future, man, you're going to go to space, bitches. You're all going to go to space. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I believe that shit for 50 fucking years. And I'm still not been to space yet, man. What's the problem here, man? What's going on?
Yeah, no, I mean...
What happened?
Yeah, exactly. Like, NASA as a whole, I think, is just a total scam. Not scam, but... Or just... It leads us in the wrong direction.
If you flat earthers got on a rocket and you saw the curve yourself, would you believe it?
Hell yeah.
That's Kevin, right? Yeah, you're joking. Gotcha.
I'm joking. So many times in debating someone, they go, if you got a rocket and you went up into space and you saw the Earth yourself, would you believe it?
Yeah, if I went and did this thing you never did, would you believe me then?
Right. There you go.
That's the question.
Heretic.
Yeah.
Answer the question.
No, I want heretic.
Wait, what question?
I was just joking around.
All of them.
Okay.
Just answer the question. If you saw the globe with your own 2 eyes, would you believe it? Come on.
Yeah, that's the problem. I went out and tried to see it with my own 2 eyes, and it wasn't there, so I didn't believe it.
Not me either.
Yeah,
Oh,
fuck
Neil
yeah.
deGrasse Tyson says you didn't go high enough.
We went
1
up.
foot should be high enough. Should have a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles from 1 foot. That should be high enough. That'll do.
Well, are these people aware that there's a show that came out in like the year 2002 or something called The Space Cadets and BBC, where they convinced these people we were going to space?
Yeah,
They-
2005.
and then they televised it.
2005, yeah.
Please give them our geometric location.
We're going to space. It was the most expensive television show ever produced at its time.
I would love our geometric location.
And Games of Thrones, I don't know, one of those.
Oh, fuck them.
You're looking at your phone. You got augmented reality on your glasses.
No,
you're
fuck
walking around. Imagine, and they're like, "Oh yeah, people are blasting off into space every day."
They're not.
And then they're like putting them down into the basements and making them do meaningless work. Using those numbers. Well,
Yeah, they're
numbers
not.
and digital currency is just taking over their lives while a select few get to reap the benefit.
That's so
And then they're like,
hard
"Oh,
to
yeah."
believe.
They're searching for something. Oh, robots are going to be the
What
God.
am I searching? No, I'm searching to be God. I'm searching to be God. I can be God. I can be God. Blah. No.
Yeah,
No.
imagine that AI GP that's
They're
going
not
on,
time.
and like that's hilarious. It's artificial intelligence, and it's more intelligent than anybody that we would have a conversation with, like any of the people here right now. Like,
I'm so God. Blah.
like I can go search for something, but yeah, good job, you're quick at searching for something. But then to think
very
about it and to say that, oh, a gas can press on a gas. Now
am
we're talking an
God.
absurdium, and that's what the AI doesn't comprehend. And it because it's programmed
Okay,
by
into the break.
somebody
Would
with
you-
purple
would you-
hair.
Into the break. I see you want to talk. Would you mind maybe engaging some of the newcomers in the room rather than just monologuing?
Fun.
Oh yes, sir. Yes, please.
Yeah,
I would love to do that.
I don't mind you
Thank
contributing and stuff.
No, I
That's
don't
cool.
need-
But
I don't-
Can we get a dialogue going with, like, say, Mac or one of these guys, Fun Dips, one of these guys with like no roles?
Yo,
Carter.
Absolutely.
No rolls on Fun Dips, man. Can we,
No, I mean, this is it's.
Don't give that guy
We're talking. We're having a good conversation.
Yeah, let's just get these guys in. Let's make it a conversation. That's the thing.
It's a good conversation. Because the progression of
Just do it.
humanity
Just do
rests on there being some energy
Just do
energy that so people aren't so scared. People are always so scared about
Why are you not doing it then?
We're doing it. We're doing it currently.
Okay, into the break.
Currently,
Look, you are talking to yourself. Now, there's some new people in the room. Like, maybe just see if you can engage them. If you can check their roles, you'll know who they are. Antidote seems to be one of them. Carter seems to be one of them. Hi, Carter. Antidote, do you guys want to speak? Let's see. We've got Mac. If any of you want to speak, yeah, please speak up. Break really wants to talk.
Excuse you.
He's happy to have a conversation.
Break does.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How's it going?
How's it going? Hey, so my friends, Antidote and Hank already spoken, but Antidote, I don't think he's messaging me. He definitely wants to speak, but I don't think he has some roles. He's a good friend of mine. I'm sure he'll go into the conversation
together as a group. Okay. Well, what are your thoughts on the topic?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So just a little background. I was here, I think last year,
But I'm gonna be honest with you. I had to purge all my my Discord channels.
Yeah.
Because it was
Oh.
like getting too messy. I do have the role. I think it was. What do I have?
Well, right now you got nothing.
I'm sincere.
Sincere, yeah. I had a good conversation with I think it was a young lady and a battle mod. And
Oh,
I had,
right. Okay.
I had
Yeah,
a-
sorry.
yeah.
I had you
Yeah.
confused with somebody else for a second there. Okay, yeah, you've got Seem Sincere. I see that. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So I had a good conversation with them. I think it was probably a year ago. I didn't really have some remembrance, but yeah, I'm in the middle of school right now, and I haven't been doing school as much. So just
What happened
kind
to
of
Battle Mod? I forgot.
Yeah. What happened to him? I was wondering. Is he still here or?
Yeah, he's not here.
Or
Hopefully he will be again.
He started his own server.
He's still active, right?
Do you want to go?
Yeah, he started his own server.
Wait,
Oh, okay.
who are we talking about?
Battle
We're
Mod.
talking Battle Mod. He's the owner of the server. He's a pretty cool guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
he was a
active.
moderator here. He's on other servers right now. He's at the Cosmology Tartaria server pretty often. I think that's where I see him the most lately. So if you want to catch him, you'll find him there for sure.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll
Huh.
be back sometime. But yeah, he's not here right now.
Yeah, no, I had a pretty cool conversation. It was kind of lengthy. I'm gonna be like totally out of blue here. I do not remember anything because school really bugged me out, and I still have stuff to do. But like, yeah, I'm a young kid still in college right now. But yeah, I just wanted to not spark up some conversation, but like come with my friends and talk a little bit and just have some fun. Just
Hey, well, that's awesome. What are you studying in? Are you studying astronomy or something in school? So that's why you're like concerned and talking.
Oh no! I'm just no. I'm just here with my friends, just having a good time. I'm actually studying architecture, architecture design for networks. I'm like in the progress of doing my first round of classes right now.
Computer science, great.
Not really computer science. More of the network tech and Internet of Things. Not much of the engineering, but it was kind of my field.
Fantastic.
But, yeah. Yeah.
No, that's fantastic.
That sucks for you, buddy.
Because, well, hold on. Let me talk to him. And that's really awesome because you're getting to see these networks that are built, these in-ground networks.
Yeah.
And
Always
see where the satellites are needed, where it's all cable.
Yeah, I was always
You better
fascinated.
hope it's cable because you want the
You
fastest
better hope.
latency. You want the
Yeah.
fastest light, and it's like they shine the light, and it's there instantly. And it's just a transfer of the quantum mechanical vibrations. Isn't that all? It's so awesome. I love it.
Yeah,
I
it's
can
always
see why you're here.
yeah, it's very fascinating. Where I go into those things too, and just how the internet and of course satellites how it works, right? How it functions, how it it goes around the environment of it's pretty cool. Either way,
Go on. Keep going. You got the floor. Go on.
Yeah, no, it's
Let's
just
hear about it. Talk to us about it.
I mean that's pretty much of it, but like, yeah, it was pretty good.
The fact that it's all you know.
Stop interrupting him. He's in the middle of talking.
You're right.
Please,
You're sorry.
please.
I'm
And then you
sorry.
guys
I'm
are
sorry.
talking to me about.
No,
It's my fault.
yeah, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. But anyways, it's just I'm still like again, I'm still doing my intro classes. It's getting fascinating where I'm doing Internet of Things plus doing some hardware stuff, some programming. It's I hope to program some of these outer space stuff, and hopefully doing that. It's fascinating to do. That's pretty much it.
Well, that's what's so cool. Like the outer space stuff. Like that's the interesting stuff because everything you've been doing is inner space stuff, huh? Right. So you haven't actually got to do any outer space stuff.
Yeah.
Have you?
Is it okay if my friend Antidote talks? I don't think he has.
No,
a
I'm
role
talking to you. Hold on. Let's finish our
Yeah.
conversation. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
yeah, go
They'll
ahead.
come in.
Please. That's
But that's so fascinating that you're actually doing a lot of inner space. and then you're hoping and dreaming of actually coming to outer space. Sort of.
That's kind of like, most definitely, that's kind of my beginner type of what I want to do first. Just starting low, starting from the basics, then moving into. Obviously, it's going to come 10, 20 years. Obviously,
Well, 10, 20 years. No, it seems interesting because wouldn't it be like you're using these internet protocols? Wouldn't they be using some sort of satellite technology?
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, obviously.
Or they probably are already.
Yeah, they're already in progress and still testing these. Always, they're always beta testing
on transfer to transfer, local transfers, unless you have a solid internet line.
Yeah, peer-to-peer.
Unless you have a solid line, and you can have wireless to the solid line, but that line is solid. And it goes all the way across the ocean to another line, and that's what we use, huh?
Yeah. What's up? Okay. Can you give me?
But hey, one
second.
But I just want to talk to you about that because I think it's interesting because that was all linear and very Euclidean space that we were talking about, and at no point in time were we talking about four-dimensional space. It's like actual quantum mechanics actually lets us is responsible for our phone, not gravity. There's no such thing as a gravity screen. There's no gravity phone. Just why I remind people that the device of the printing press was the pinnacle, was the first computer, as we're supposed to believe. So in this secular religion, it sort of debunks itself, and that the Turing device was iterations on the printing press, and the printing press was developed to print the Bible. And so you have your smartphone and you have all technology to think, or you have, think the Bible for every technological piece that you have. Past anything else, if you just want to look in a secular ideological worldview, you have to think the Bible for a lot.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's.
And I like to bring these things up, these like little contradictions.
Yeah,
what do you think?
No, that's good. It's just what you call it. Schools tie me up. I'm constantly working 8 hours on my school and another 8 hours on my job, my side gig job. Not side gig job, it's my main job. But yeah,
it's good for you. Don't let it discourage you thinking that you shouldn't be working.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just like, I'm just chilling out. I just had a pretty stressful day today.
It really helps you understand the nature of reality, though. It's like people try to tell you that there's special relativity, right? But you're like, no, I just wake up and reality's objective. Like, what is. What isn't, what I dreamed about, isn't until I do it, right? So, a lot of confusions. There's a lot of confusion with geometry. Like, people think that, the surface of a sphere is 2 dimensions. I'm like, no, it's a noun adjective situation we're in. But you'll go look at endless textbooks or something, and they'll try to describe area as at times, and then they'll try to say that the surface is 2D, and it's convolution because you look at a sphere. There's no area to it, but there is a surface, and the surface is 3 dimensions, and that surface cannot hold water.
You live in the 3-dimensional world.
Yes.
You cannot perceive anything else. So if anybody is trying to tell you, you live in a blah, 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 something dimensional world, do you perceive that? Do you perceive anything other than what you perceive?
Yeah, we're presented with so many apparent things that are supposed to be apparently real, but it's not. And so all we're just talking about is just accepting reality. When you accept reality, you can do a whole lot more.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, like again, like I'm like best believe I'm be grinding 12, 15-hour shifts sometimes at my job, dude. And let me tell you, it's crazy. And again, even then, I just came back from a 9-hour shift. It's
good for you.
Yeah, it's pretty stressful. You know, at age
as long as I mean,
yeah, you know,
as long
age
as you
22,
feel like
right?
you're learning something. Are you
Yeah, yeah.
learning something when you're doing it? Are you living yourself when you do it?
Here's the thing: when I work at a job or any place where it doesn't even matter I'm getting paid or not, I do it with the best of my ability, and I do it with love. I always say that to myself, because if I'm going to say that to myself and say, "Oh,
Reality,
I'm just going to say,"
buddy. Reality.
That's
Yeah,
objective reality.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
like,
no, you accept it.
yeah, it's
You accept
and
it. You do your
yeah.
best. The
Yeah.
best results will come. If
Yeah,
you do your worst.
Yeah, I do my best, and I always put my head up and say, "Hey, I'm gonna have a really good day today." Even though my car just got totaled, FYI, it did got totaled last week.
Hey, well, I'm praying for you, and that's why you're here, and you're learning.
Oh man!
It's providence that you're here, sir. It's providence.
Yeah,
I'm
My life is not any better than yours. It's pretty shitty.
You said what?
My life is not any better than yours. It's pretty shitty.
Hey, man, it's the world,
We all
and we're on the
build
devil's
off each other.
paradise. So, listen, I gotta.
Hey, but I'm telling you that it can't get any worse.
Yeah, but hey, at least
have your buddy come in.
What's up?
Have your buddy come in if you're trying to leave.
Oh, Antidote.
Have your buddy. You already introduced him a little bit.
Oh yeah, Antidote.
You kind of introduced him. And
oh yeah, so Antidote.
Because I'm super friendly. We're super friendly.
Yeah. That's cool. So Antidote, I've been playing. He's actually an IRL friend. We actually play baseball together and we go fishing together. Obviously,
You're
I don't want to.
playing the role of the devil's
give him a
advocate.
roll so he can talk.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So Antidote. Obviously, I don't want to reveal his real name, but yeah, I play baseball with him and fishing. But I've been playing with him and on this hot game named Minecraft for 7 years. He's a really good friend of mine, and I just he's been my homie for a while, as much as other people in here. Not in here right now, but on the server. But yeah, that's pretty much it about him. He's a pretty cool guy. I do admire him a lot. He's kind of my blood brother. Just I'm always there for him. So yeah,
That's cool. What's the biggest conflict with him? Why does he still believe in like this pseudo religion of the heliocentrism? Like what's holding him back from just like letting go of his faith? Like,
well, I'm gonna be straight to the point right here. He wouldn't like. I don't think he would just tell me straight away, but he just wanted to go to someone else and try to vent to it. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't have anything else to say about that.
Yeah, we have a lot of knowledge stuff that he can reference and look up. Like that's all we encourage. Is like you can't say, "Oh, you're a flat earther." It's like, first of all, I don't even know. It's like, no, these are straw mans. These are little arguments that people bring up. Like all we're talking about is the fact that this secular ideology isn't real. Like there's no science backing it. There's nothing. And when anybody has a little just so story, we just ask questions. We're just questioning. It's not this isn't some group. This isn't some meeting place. This isn't the Fight Club. This isn't anything magical. It's just like, hey, maybe you've been told a few things that you don't really understand. And it's like, I consider myself, I'm an actual science communicator. I want to make sure people know what science is. You know, that is my whole goal. That is my whole goal, is to make sure they is, and make sure the observers, when they claim that they know what science is, to make sure that observers understand that these people that say they're claiming they know what science is, they have no idea at all.
Yeah.
And I win every time because I actually know what science is. It's easy. The logical method of establishing cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world by comprehensive observation and systematic experimentation.
Sorry to
It's
interrupt you
simple.
here. Yeah, sorry to interrupt
That's
you.
what science is.
Yeah, that's good. Antidote really wants to speak. I'm like, sorry to interrupt, but I don't think he has a role. Yeah. I'm sure he'd
Speaks
definitely
on.
want to.
Speaks on.
Antidote? Did you get a role, buddy? He said, Antidote. He doesn't have a role at the moment. Hello?
Is a role is a old dude
Antidote?
moderator there able to put antidote?
Antidote 1267. That's his name. I think he's top of the list.
I think it's just antidote.
He doesn't have. It says he doesn't have a role, or no roles on his thing.
So he can't speak.
Yeah, because he doesn't have a role.
Give him a blur file. Let him go.
I'm sorry?
I'm saying moderators should give him the blurb role and let him go.
Antidote hashtag 1267 alpha.
Hey, but we don't. I mean, if you're just trying to leave here. You got some video games to play. I'm just chilling. You know, I was just chilling.
Okay.
I'm just trying to talk about this. I mean, what do you think about that night being debunked by day in the heliocentric model by Euler's paradox? Like, if you believe that the sun is a burning what you believe it is, then the stars are, and so the sky would be lit up, just as Matthew Learn said. Yeah, conceded. It should be lit up white with light.
Yeah.
So they ask us as flat earthers who I don't know what flat earther is, just me because I question this illogical religion, and so I'm some other thing or whatever. Cool straw man, right? But it's like, no, honestly, it's like you believe this, and so the night should be lit, so there should not be such thing as night. Darkness.
The night should be lit if there's how many stars, Break?
Well, okay. Well, the stars are only there, and they're infinitely there in all the infinite crescents of the spaces that you observe. And the only reason you say there's not more is because it's expanding into something. What's it expanding into? Why don't you really explain it? Because you just say the white sky, and then you say how many stars, and it's like, yeah, I think we see some stars. I'm not trying to count them, but you kind of have a claim there is, and if they are what you suppose they are, then there shouldn't be night.
I only have. Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead, please.
Olber's paradox was thought up in the early 1800s when the prevailing wisdom was that the universe is infinite and there's an infinite number of stars. He said, hey, that can't be true, because if there were an infinite number of stars, then the whole night sky would be white. And he was right. If there are an infinite number of stars, then the night sky would be white. So Olber's paradox...
What were the two assumptions, Matt? What were the two assumptions in his statement?
Hey, Antidote, can you speak, buddy?
Infinite number of stars.
Or, well, not necessarily an infinite number.
No,
it
was about an
technically...
infinite number.
My
yeah, but you don't need an infinite number for Olber's paradox to be relevant. We discussed this earlier.
So Wikipedia is wrong? Should we edit?
Yeah, Wikipedia is wrong if it says that. If Wikipedia is saying that the only way that Olber's paradox would create uniform luminosity is to have literal infinite stars, then it's wrong. It would just need to be a significant amount of stars. I'm sure you understand that, right? So you've got a certain amount of points in the sky, and as long as you filled each point in the sky, you could actually mathematically calculate exactly how many stars you'd have to see to have a uniform luminosity, right?
I suppose technically you're right. I don't know what that number is.
I mean, I suppose you would. So, I don't know, maybe a few thousand, maybe a couple 100,000, I don't know.
Hello, Crypto.
So what's the other assumption? In Olber's paradox.
Go ahead, Sanction. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sorry. You're a lead mod, is that correct? Sorry. I think Antidote was trying to get a role so he could speak. Sorry, we've been here for a while. It's kind of ending. Our time is kind of...
is ready to leave, but his friend Antidote is a newcomer and wants to
speak. Sorry, I was in here for a while, but that night's kind of an end to me, so...
I've unmuted Antidote a few times, so his mic is in his hands now.
He has no roles at the moment.
I took him off server mute, though, so it's up to him.
Okay.
Or should I give him VC verified, or?
We haven't heard him speak yet, but...
we can try it out. Antidote, you can unmute yourself.
Antidote, you have VC perms at the moment.
But if you don't unmute yourself, then I'll...
Hello?
Hello.
Is that... Oh, hello. How's it going?
Hello.
Yeah, very well. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. I just had one question. I'm not sure. I'm kind of like here and there about this. I was talking about it with a guy in the lobby chat, and he told me one thing, but I don't know if there's like an end to what he said, or if there's truth behind it. But I've always, I've been raised, I'm still young and gullible to a lot of things, and I'm not sure what the truth is or isn't about the earth, but I've heard from like close relatives and family members that it's a globe shape, it's a spherical shape, and then others that it's flat and there's no circular shape to it. But if the one thing I've kind of thought about is if it is flat, then like there's obviously an end depth to it. Like how deep can we go before you go through the other side? And like what's on the other side? Is it just space? Is it just nothingness? Is it a different realm? Like what is it?
That's you asking us to replace your Just So stories with more Just So stories. All we're doing here, we're not presenting a model. All we're saying is what you've been told is in secular pseudo-religion, pseudoscience, based on pseudoscience. Like, it's a complete lie.
I'm going to say that it's not possible to get outside of the Earth system and figure out what's out there because this system is contained, and if you could do that, the containment would be broken and the system would be broken. So I'm going to say that what you're asking us to demonstrate is impossible.
Well, maybe I can answer the question more directly. Both of those comments were, fair comments, but to directly answer your question, how far can we go down? Well, we know that, from what we're told, that we've, various governments have tried to go as far down as possible. From what we're told, 8.5 miles is as far down as we can go regardless. So if anyone wants to tell you that they know what's 20 miles down, then they're lying. They don't know. They can guess, they can make statistical models based on certain parameters, like sending waves into the ground and pretending to know exactly how, what is there based on what comes back and whatnot. Like, people can do all that stuff, but fundamentally, we don't know. But that is important for you to understand that they also don't know, right? So they're just telling you that they know things that they don't, and we're saying we don't know when we don't know. So there's a difference in the answers you're receiving.
Okay.
Right.
I understand that.
So let me compare it to you. You know what a bookmaker is, right? So it's a bit like saying you go to two people and you say who's going to win out of the Patriots and the Packers or whatever, and one person's going 100%. I know that the Patriots are going to win, and another person is saying, well, it's an even match. This could be true, that could be true. They could draw. Who knows? Maybe you'll be abandoned, right? The second answer is true, but the first answer has all of the authorities behind it. So it's like, which do you choose?
Okay, I understand that. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Me and my friend Sanctioned here actually have to leave. It's late for us, and we do need to get out of here. But out of here. But I appreciate you guys explaining that to me.
Yeah, we have a tourney for baseball.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, please pray for us. Hey, you guys have a good day or day, night, wherever you are. You guys have a good one.
Yeah, have a good one, fellas. Appreciate it.
Take care.
You too, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
That seemed alright.
Very reasonable.
Good luck with the game, bro.
Into the break. I just wanted to address something you said earlier about appeal to format. It's one thing that I'm not particularly fond of is when people misuse fallacies. I don't think you did it deliberately, but I just wanted to address it. An appeal to format is literally addressing the format itself. So if you say like, I don't believe that because it came from YouTube, or I don't believe the thing that you've said because it was said in a debate or something, right? So you're
that was exactly what they were doing, wasn't it?
No, you said it to me, and I said that there was just a misspelling.
No, I didn't say it to you. Right? No, I said it. I was
you did a couple of times.
To the soy jack bean guy, not to you.
I said it was Olber's paradox, and you said it was an appeal to format.
No, not Obler's paradox. No, it was something else that came after that. But no, not with that. No.
Okay.
So, but I think Obler's paradox. Let's talk about it more.
Well,
maybe I did, huh? Just for sake of conversation. But no, I'm assuring you that I think it got lost in the translation with the speaking to the different people.
Okay. Well, I apologize then if I've.
But absolutely, that was an appeal to format because they were saying I said Obler's paradox wrong because it was Oblars and not Oblers or something.
No, that was me.
I don't even remember.
I had that conversation with you.
So you were the one that said that. Okay. Well, that is
Olber's paradox. Yeah.
The L comes before the B.
It doesn't.
But it's not on it like.
Tell me how to say it again. No, because
Olber's OLB. Olber's paradox.
Oblers.
No, Olber's.
Obellers.
Ol. Say ol.
Oh.
Say owl, but without the W.
Owl.
Don't say the W.
Owl.
Say old without the D.
Owlbers. Owl like owl, like with the A-L.
O-L.
Can you say Ollie? Can you say Ollie without the Y on the end?
Ollie.
So can you say Ol?
All.
Birds.
Perfect.
All birds.
Hey.
Gee,
thank you, Jedi.
You with the King's GD English. No, okay, that's why I say it's format fallacy because
that's not a format fallacy.
You're trying to tell me how to pronounce the name.
It's not a format fallacy.
Well, it's a fallacy.
No, it isn't.
You're talking about the format of the language, as opposed to the argument that was presented. Presented, like, it doesn't matter what the format of the text or the name was. It's the argument.
I'm just saying, like, we need, if we're going to
But that
use
is a format
fallacies,
right? That
no,
is
it
a format
isn't.
fallacy, because you're correcting my King's English grammar as opposed to addressing the argument. That's format fallacy.
Yeah, correcting your pronunciation is not an argument. Therefore, it is not a fallacy. He wasn't arguing for anything. He was just suggesting.
Well,
a
correcting
different way of
that,
saying it.
no. Okay, so it was just correction, not an argument whatsoever.
Right.
Okay,
I didn't make an argument.
I concede. Boom, technicality. Win.
Not technicality.
And just think of it as like the word Albert.
I love it.
The name Albert, except that it's O and there's no T.
So,
but yeah.
Hey, Matthew, Matthew, can you say it for me? Because I want to hear you say it for me.
Olber.
Olber.
Oh yeah, Matt was fucking up earlier as well.
So I just say quickly,
because I just
Olber's paradox. Like, I mean, I'm not going Olber's. It's just weird that your guys are like.
No, we were just trying to get you to put the L and the B in the right order. That's all.
I did. I didn't say anything other than Olber's. I don't know what
No,
where
you were saying Oblers the whole time with the B L instead of
No,
LB.
I was not. I was saying Olber's.
Yeah, you
No,
were.
you
wasn't
you
saying
even spelled it that way.
Olber's.
The last
you was. Wait, what was I saying? I don't even know. See, format fallacy.
Look in
Get
the
out of
text
here.
chat. You spelled it.
You guys are obfuscating so hard right now. Why are you guys obfuscating on me so hard like that? It's so goofy.
You said
It's silly.
You wrote it over and over in the chat.
Dude, this doesn't even matter. This is lasted way longer than it should have done. I just wanted to address if we're gonna.
Can you put it in chat? Spell it right for me. Can you please spell it right for me and put it in chat?
51
past the hour. 56 past the hour. It's spelled wrong.
It's hilarious how he has a victim of mod abuse role.
Chris just put
right. Yeah,
that's how it is. Like old bears. You want me to say?
Wonder why?
You want me to
but who cares about this anyway? Break. Let's move on from it. Yeah, Break. Who gives a shit? Let's move
It's
on.
not a format fallacy. No, it's absolute
Oh
format
my
fallacy.
God.
What is this opposition?
dude, you need to stop so
Absolutely.
other people can talk. Right.
Okay, talk
So, Hero, do you want to go ahead? Aristotle?
Oh no, I was just telling him who gives a shit about this. Let's just go forward.
Yeah, I mean, I brought it up, so it's my fault for bringing it up, but I didn't think it would last more than about 10 seconds.
Yeah, it
so
didn't need to.
apologies for that.
Yeah.
Because this doesn't really matter, but like having a general kind of approach where accuracy matters is important, but this specific point doesn't matter.
No. Yeah, this doesn't matter.
Oh, I want it to matter more. Let's fight for another 5 minutes over pronunciation. Come on.
I'm usually the grammar Nazi, but I'm glad to hit. So, for example, my biannual grammar Nazi is going to come out in a couple weeks, and when I tell everybody that daylight saving time has one S, not two. Everybody says daylight savings, but it's daylight saving.
Yeah, true. I think it generally, like, grammar Nazis are generally good at maths because they like rules.
That's a good observation. I think you're probably right.
Oh no, you can't divide by that. And like most people are like, why? And oh wow, here's the rule, and then you just get like this dusty old textbook from 1950.
Well, I'm going to say good night. Good to chat with you guys tonight. Talk to you later.
Do you like your new nickname, by the way, Matt?
Yeah, I did like that one. It's very clever.
What? You're gonna have to fill me in. What's the GPT bit?
It's chat.
Have you heard of Chat GPT?
Oh yeah, thank you very much. That's brilliant. That's really good.
Globe person teacher, Matt the Globe person, Globe professor teacher. Maybe I'll claim that.
Actually, that's all right. You can keep that for a while.
No, yeah, I like it. All right, good night.
Cheers, Matt GPT.
All right.
I like that. I think that's quite clever. It kind of suits Matthew. Well done. I presume that was you, Crypto, right?
Obviously, yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course it was. Well done.
Do you even need to wonder anymore? Oh, someone's got a stupid nickname again. Oh, it's Crypto.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was happening 3 years ago, mate. There's no reason why it shouldn't have fucking changed.
Exactly. By the way, Jedi, I don't know if you've made an appearance on Geo's server at all.
I popped in there a couple of weeks ago, but I haven't been back since. What's the good word?
I mean, it's basically like, the way I see it now is like Cosmology Tartaria, which is another server, that's Shane's server. Or maybe someone else's, I don't know, but I call it Shane's server. So Shane and Geo's are kind of like battleground servers, and this one's a bit more of an educational server now, so it's kind of nice.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, I did notice that kind of, things have changed around, and then there were a few new servers that have popped up. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they've all got their own little flavours, like different flavours, which is nice. So if you really just fancy an argument, you can just go to Geo's.
See, that's interesting, because Geo was trying to get away from that type of argument-based debate shit, right? And now that's what he's turned his place into. The irony.
But that's the irony of leadership, is often because we're quite, I would say we're fairly aggressive banning in here, but what that leads to is that we have like a nice area where we can discuss the topic, and we have a few people come in, but it's not like flooded with Globers. Whereas Geo's kind of general approach is not really to ban that many people. And so, of course, then the toxic trolls are going to stick around because they realise they can.
I understand that. So you've got Zanuck and Kosho and a few others of the the OG anti-flat Earth people, right?
Right, yeah. But anyway, I don't know if I'm not like quote unquote promoting it or whatever. I think most people here know about it anyway. So, but it's an interesting place to go.
No, you're fine, buddy. I've been out of the game for a while, so I'm not completely up to date with all the new servers and that. But yeah, I did pop into Geo's a couple of weeks ago.
Fair enough.
I saw Battlemod there as well. That was pretty cool. Had a bit of a chat with him. He doesn't appear on this server much anymore. Is there some underlying issue, or should I just not even bother talking about it?
I'm going to go with no comments.
I thought so. Yeah, no worries then, buddy. No worries. I get it. What are you doing up so early in the morning anyway, mate? You're up at about 5, 6 o'clock, weren't you? You got a new job?
Sorry?
You were up early this morning, mate. I've noticed that about you. You seem to rise quite early. Have you got a new job or something?
No, I'm still doing the same old stuff that I'm doing. I just decided to stop sleeping until 2 p.m, yeah.
Yeah, that's a wise decision, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, it can get quite easy when you don't have to wake up early for work, like, because most of my work's kind of evening and weekend stuff, right? So you just get into this pattern of going to bed at like 4 or 5 a.m. and getting up whenever.
You end up on American time, I've noticed, right? If you're in this server, you just end up on American time.
Yeah, for sure.
I get it.
But like New York time specifically, you know?
Yeah, I get you. I left about an hour ago and I just popped in to see the live stream chat, what was going on, and Matthew was talking about fucking navigation. It looks like he'd made the claim that was the physical horizon we were seeing at sunsets again. I do love Matthew and his rinse and repeat arguments. It's funny. So I just popped in to see what was going to happen, man.
Yeah. Well, you managed to, I mean, I think you commented on it, didn't you? No, he didn't actually, but he managed to throw in 3 claims, a red herring, and an appeal to possibility in a single post.
Really? Bloody hell. An appeal to possibility. I like that one. Possibly could happen.
So what was it? Let me just read it. Yeah, so the sun sets behind the geometric horizon, that's claim 1. The geometric horizon exists, claim 2. Because of the atmosphere, the position of the geometric might appear in a different place so that we only see the apparent horizon. I mean, that's possible. Actually, it's 2 appeal to possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, whatever. Then we have the fact that we see an apparent horizon doesn't mean that the geometric horizon doesn't exist. That's a red herring. You know, it's like saying just because I own a cat doesn't mean that you can't own a dog. Doesn't mean anything. Everyone already knew that. And it just means that we might not be seeing it in the exact same place. It might be shifted due to big refraction. like, yeah, it might be, but it might not be. So who cares?
Yeah, exactly. Do you see the image that I posted at 52 minutes past the hour, 7:52?
Yeah, that's the
This is where This is where you always end up when you do celestial navigation.
What's that called? There's a specific term for this, isn't there?
I was looking for it. I can't remember what it is, mate.
Like a personal sphere or something. Personal.
Yeah. So yes, so that's kind of what you do when you do celestial navigation. You will always have the sphere of the heavens projected over you whilst you're on a flat plane.
Right.
So yeah, obviously as you move around, you take this semidome around with you. New stars will appear in this semidome.
But yeah, something quite interesting as well. Like whenever we talk about light and we talk about our own like quote unquote evidences for flat Earth, and they're always talking about how refraction invalidates them, but they want to talk about navigation and they want to talk about Eratosthenes and all the other things, and now they don't want to talk about refraction. Like refraction doesn't exist; it's not a thing. Like there's no way that light traveling from the vacuum of space to our atmosphere, it just wouldn't refract, bro.
Yeah.
You'll see when you start to realise that all of the foundational ideas that quote unquote proved a globe relied on things they couldn't verify, i.e. light coming from a vacuum medium that they can't prove.
Oh yeah, exactly that.
And then just assuming that the necessary effects of light travelling from one medium to another wouldn't happen.
It's just going around and pointing at things and saying, it's because we're on a ball. It's because we're on a ball. Don't care what it is. You see that sun, it's because we're on a ball. See that shadow on the moon, it's because we're on a fucking ball.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually religious. Is like when people say the religion of the globe Earth is, sometimes it seems like you're just saying you're also religious, but actually they actually are religious because they're like you say, they're pointing to everything and going, the globe did it, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. I mean, sometimes it's even more religious because they have a doctrine that they will translate themselves and regurgitate some bollocks that they don't understand. Right, not reading the Bible, listening to someone else, and then Chinese whispers, you've got a new fucking story. Crazy.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just going to listen to my priest, and then I'm going to turn around and kind of remember what he said and try and give that to you as information. 80% of it's true and 20% of it I just fucking made up on the fly because I can't remember what my priest said.
Yep. And then when I'm challenged on something that my priest didn't talk about, I'm just going to make that up and hope that it fits.
Yeah. And if I haven't got a direct answer for you and I don't know what my priest says, I'm pretty sure one of my priests has said it.
Right. Yeah, that's what I call the magic science man fallacy.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know if it's actually. It's probably another fallacy, but it's like I'm losing to you, but if the magic science man over there was here debating you, he'd totally kick your ass.
Isn't that in some way an appeal to authority where you hope the authority is going to get you out of the situation you found yourself in? Magical authority.
I mean, it's loosely attached, but yeah, go on.
If I can say something, like that totally reminded me of someone that hated a friend of mine, and my friend, well, I can fight too, but my friend can fight. We train with each other, and the other guy was like, he came up to somebody, and that somebody told me that he said, if only I knew if only he wasn't a black belt, I'd kick his ass. So that's basically him saying, if only he couldn't fight, I can kick his ass. Basically saying, like, right now what y'all saying, like, if only you guys didn't have the evidence, I'd win.
Well, it's a little bit different because he's talking about two people, whereas in my scenario, there's three people involved, right? So it's like, it would be more like saying, you're kicking my ass, but if my mate was here, he'd kick your ass, because my mate's a black belt. But I see what you're saying. It's similar enough. Like they're both similar, but they use this thing. And where I was going with this is quite funny because you get them. They like lean on each other. So you get these kind of quote unquote experts, and then you get the anti-flat earthers, and they lean on each other as authorities. And you're like, you can't be each other's authorities. It's like, oh, yeah, if Brian Myers was here, he'd be kicking your ass because he's an astrophysics guy or whatever. I can't remember what he does. But then he is going to people like Fight the Flat Earth for his information. It's like, so who's the authority here?
Damn.
You can't tell me that if he was here, he'd be kicking my ass, because when I go to him and kick his ass, he tells me that if the other guy was here, he'd be kicking my ass, and neither of them ever do.
Why would you go to Fight the Flat Earth for anything?
Don't you remember that was, or maybe you missed that bit. It happened a few months ago. It was Whitsitt and Brian's Logic, I think they had a debate. Oh, that might have been conspiracy. That's a different debate, sorry. There was 4 people who debated, like a guy called Bryant Myers, who's like an academic anti-flat earther.
Okay.
And then there was a secondary debate set up, and I can't remember if it actually happened or not. I didn't watch it. But it turned out that he was getting a lot of his information from Fight the Tight Shirt and a couple of the others. But this is an academic, so the academic is going to the anti-flat earthers for his argument. Right?
What? Bloody hell, man!
I'm surprised this one missed you. If you bump into Whitsitt, ask him about it.
It's like Neil deGrasse Tyson going to Simandan.
Oh. Right, it's literally like that.
Oh dear. Is that how low they've sunk? Fuck.
Yeah. It's really bad, isn't it? And it's like, so I mean, can you even take academia seriously anymore at that point, like within this field? Because they're having to go to the people we argue with for arguments. So shouldn't they know more about this shit than YouTubers?
Well, you would fucking hope so, right? You would hope so, but when they start turning around and using Flight the Flat Earth as a fucking reference and a citation, oh, fucking hell, what the hell?
Yeah, really bad. But yeah, talk to Whitsitt about it. It's a funny turn of events.
Yeesh, sounds hilarious. Really does. I can't believe that, actually. It's a strange turn of events, mate.
Yeah. It's it's kind of scary, right?
I guess the globe wasn't proven thousands of years ago. It took until now when we had YouTubers.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
I'm still staggered.
I'm going to knock off, guys, but I'll see you guys a bit later. Have a good one.
Always a pleasure, mate. Take care. Fucking hell. Why would you turn around and ask Fight the Flat Earth fucking anything?
They're all looking at each other like, I don't have the proof. Do you have the proof? Does he have the proof? Who's got the proof?
I mean, they're running down the ladder really fucking quickly, right? They're going to be asking Matthew soon. Yeah, Matthew, what's going on?
Well, I mean, I notice this in general with them. Like, when they come in here, they're like, well, I'm not a scientist. I don't have it, but someone does. They're all pointing at someone else, pretty much, even at the highest levels.
Dude, we have Greg. No, what's his name? Craig? FTFE? Saying that we don't see our hands in front of us. It's not our hands. You know? That's insane, bro.
You know, I'm looking at my hand right now. I'm looking at my fucking hand.
No, he's gonna come in with that Jedi mind trick, you know? No, you're not.
This is not the hand I'm looking for. What the
fuck? Damn, dude, that's shocking, man.
But this is what we've reduced them to. Alright? Everything in that model is a fucking illusion. It has to be for them to see things beyond the curvature of the Earth.
That's
so yeah, of course he's going to turn around and say, see that hand that I've got? That's not my hand that I've got. What the fuck? Oh dear. But that's our fault.
Because what they think reality is something that we can observe, so therefore reality as it's observed must be an illusion.
Well, that was an interesting night. I came into the server when there was 6 people in here and Bad Boy was sitting here by himself. That was about 9-10 hours ago. Been a relatively good evening since then. That's been fun.
That was a pretty good conversation with Bad Boy. I mean, it was insane, but, good in that way.
Yeah, it was definitely insane. I mean, he's insane. Let's put it like that.
Right, yeah. He said something he said so many absolutely insane things, but one of them was, he's like, okay, I made the claim, now it's up to you to validate it. The burden of proof is on you.
Yeah, here's my shit. Go prove my shit.
He's like, I can't validate it, but now that I've made the claim, you have to, and it's your burden.
Dude, that guy's on like some other side of the fence.
When he first came here, he told me he was a flat earther at first, but he turned.
I love those.
Well, I mean, it's obvious why he turned. Dude's a moron.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing he was ever a flat earther, but when he first got here, he's like, just 24 hours ago, I was a flat earther, but then I realized that the globe is true. I was like, well, how'd you realize that? And it was just all stuff like what he said today.
Wait, was that 24 hours ago from today?
No, that was when he first got here. That was months ago.
I was a flat earther, but now the Earth is obviously a globe. Here's a picture from space.
Yeah. That's pretty much what it was. He was like, well, there's just too much evidence for the globe, I realized. And pretty much all just was pictures from space stuff. Oh, and it was also, well, think about it. Who's got more money, Globers or Flat Earthers? That's one of his favorites. I mean, how do you even know?
For real.
Well, I guess there are more Globers, so overall they have more money.
If you add up, yeah, I guess so.
I don't know. Maybe Elon Musk and fucking Bezos do know that the Earth is flat. And they're just
Yeah, that's a good point there. So. You're right about that. Yeah, at the highest levels where there's the most money, they probably know the score.
Yeah.
Should have turned that one around on him.
Yeah, maybe next time. You'll be back.
Yeah.
Into the Break is muted. You think he's asking to be unmuted. I don't know why you're muted. I mean, I could guess.
God, I just couldn't imagine why. All right, let's give him another try.
Thank you.
You're back.
And we're back. So no more Obler's Paradox, White Sky.
Did you just say Obler's Paradox again?
Oh, God. I still don't know how to say it.
Just you saying no more of that gets us back onto that.
No, but I think it's beautiful. I mean, every day I wake up and objective or reality just presents so much more beauty than to be scared of it, which I think like a Matthew learns and a relativist is. It's like, oh, well, that's not really reality because, there's no direction and there's no up and down really because everything's subjective and not objective. And thus you're committing sin and you're whirling around a great abyss Get a tractor, and all based on sticks and shadows because they told you a little story. It was debunked by a moon dial. The fact that we can tell time at night with a moon dial. So the sun isn't that. It's like very easy, basic stuff that just debunks the absurdity that is anything that has to do with relativity, because you have to then objectively argue that objective reality isn't real, and you have to objectively argue that subjectivity is real, and that is all done with logic and empiricism. So it's a hard bet to cast to try to disprove logic and reasoning and reality with logic and reasoning and reality. So there's a young Earth creationist debate on Modern Earth Debate tonight. I just like to be in the chat, but it's fascinating. Nobody, even this geologist, doesn't know that he's not a scientist, and he's a young Earth creationist arguing against a YouTube personality. And then people were like, "Yeah, the YouTube personality is really cool. Yeah, he's winning." And I'm just disgusted looking in chat, as nobody has a fundamental, foundational comprehension of what science is. And they're saying that the dynamo effect is somehow scientific. And I'm like, well, what is the dynamo effect? And and then they say that's how your compass points north. And then I say, what's the cause and effect? And they say magnetism, and then I ask what the independent variable is. Ooh. And they get real mad when I say it's not science. Because we have a lot of things leading up to it. Except you don't have an independent variable to elicit the cause to the effect. Thus it's pseudoscience. Thus anything you tell me about why my compass is pointing north is pseudoscience. There's no independent variable to elicit the cause to effect. It's very simple. Like, you can come up with theories, right? Oh, these are theories. And they get mad when I say, no, it's not a theory, because scientifically it's not a theory. Theories require systematic experimentation. Observe a phenomenon, prove your cause and effect, and you're done. Then you want to come to tell me that, oh, you didn't mean science when you were talking about theory. You did mean the science of colloquial science of pottery, or painting a picture, or some nonsense subjectiveness. No, we're not talking about your subjective reality. When we're talking about the nature of reality, we're talking about natural science. Thus, any confusion goes out the window. Oh, is it the context that we're talking about? Is a science actually science, or is it just this made up nonsense? No, we're talking about the nature of reality. That's science. And it's very strict. And it adheres to a method. And if it doesn't follow the method, it is, by definition, pseudoscience. And this is the problem. People do not know. Like, people see it all day long. Scientism, and I was like, no. There's science, and then there's not science. And what is not science is scientism. Is pseudoscience. We don't have to make up a term for it. The terms are provided for us. I don't get it. Matthew learns he's got all the pseudoscience in the world, and he will concede it. That's why I appreciate Matthew. because he could concede it. He's like, yeah, of course. It fits in the model because, yeah, a logic doesn't fit in the model. So if I say something illogical, then of course it fits because we're talking outside the realm of logic. And that's the slippery slope, and people fall for this trick. Even Matthew, of course, I think he's absolutely, whatever you would call a flat earther, just, someone questioning that, but he's a contrarian. He likes to be here. I'm not speaking for him, but I'm speaking for myself, being in his position, coming from his position. And I can appreciate it. And if he says I'm completely wrong, then I've lost all hope in humanity. So thank you for diminishing my hope in humanity. Matthew Learns for telling me reality doesn't exist. I'm not just trying to monologue here. Is there no one here? Can I monologue? Can I just monologue?
We have no globe candidates and nobody's really jumping in, so I think you're good.
I mean, come on, Globies. Gloobers. Goofy Gloobers. I mean, you're my best friends. Like, I'm doing this for you. You think it's just nice and easy to just, not believe in fairy tales that are predominantly, perpetrated on your reality? It is. I'm telling you, it's way easier. It is way easier. This is when you get the joke, you laugh a lot more. When you understand and you can comprehend where your objective reality ends and your phantasmal imagination and your imaginary faith-based beliefs begin, you'll be set free. You will be set free. I promise you that. And it has nothing to do with anything. It has to do with the psychology of why do you put your head in the sand when something's going down. If something's going down, you better be out there doing something. But you have a doubt. You have a doubt, don't you? You have that little bit of doubt is debunking of your entire faith-based belief. If you have a doubt, then you better stop, look, and listen. You better stop, look, and listen. If you have a single doubt about anything that's going on in whatever you have a faith-based belief in, whether you think it's not by faith or anything, then you need to, you need to be like, stop. I mean, or else, just let somebody tell you what to do. Have no freedom whatsoever. Have no goal. Because I'm not somebody to say I have freedom, because I know I don't. I know I have no freedom. But I have the freedom enough to know that. But people go around, I got freedom, so I got freedom. And they're enslaved in shackles, thinking aliens are coming down to save them. These disclosure bros are the worst thing that ever happened to society. These people that want to reify Star Wars, the movie, or Star Trek, the movie. And that's all you're witnessing. Everything. Elon Musk. Oh, he's the hero. Oh, look what's happening on Twitter. It's just showing everybody how nonsense everything that's been laid out for you to follow the yellow brick road. You better been getting off that yellow brick road a long time ago. Because if not, you're falling it straight into the end, destruction of yourself. And it doesn't have to be any spiritual thing. It's a literal thing that happens right now. Right now. You're doing a lot of drugs. You're doing a lot of promiscuity, then whatever it would be. Going to the clubs, listening to the reverberations. It's so cool, man. So cool. Until you're not living anymore, until you're not breathing. That's not very cool if you're not alive. Or you might as well not be if you don't accept the glory that is God. Because if you accept the glory, you can take the glory. And you give all glory you can take to God. So people talk, you have such a big ego. No, I have no ego whatsoever. All the glory that I bring for God, the Most High. So I have no ego. I'm right. I'm correct. I have information that'll save your actual soul, that'll save you from the destruction that you are bringing yourself with depression and pills and all this nonsense and secular theological reskinned Abrahamic faith that you're looking at them blasting off an obelisk into the sky goddess, actually blasting off Ra into Isis. And it's a very religious faith that the atheist has. But just like in this secular society, they will tell you, "Oh no, these certain people. No, you can't disparage somebody if you're disparaged. No, you can disparage anybody who's a liar and a deceiver. You can do that for free every day of your life. Every day of your life. That's all our goal is to set you free. You don't have to believe in cartoons is reality. You don't have to believe that some goofy guy fumbling upstairs is real. You don't have to do that. It's a false dichotomy they present to where if you disbelieve this, you're this, and if you believe this, you're the same thing. And it's all nonsense, though. You have to dissolve all of it. Pour the lime over it. And anyways, I don't want to get into the whole book or whatever, how to manifestos or whatever. But it is a serious transgression. It is for any blurb derper to be sitting there and be mad at me for having a few drinks and talking to you about the nature of reality and not just coming and talking to me. Just come talk to me. All you clowns in chat, come talk to me. We could have the best conversations ever. The best. But instead they would be there being trolls. Like why would you do that? Why would you spend your time not talking to me, not like trying to express the greater greatness that is yourself, like, and build on the greatness, and for us to build something? Like, why would you just try to be tearing down something? And it's like I'm already tear something down because I'm tearing down your religious view. I'm Iconoclasm 33. That's me. I'm into the break. I'm Iconoclasm 33. And then you think you're going to tear me down? I'm tearing you down. So come, talk to me. Talk to me. Let's have it. Let's discuss it. Because I don't want to be. I don't want to be believing in the flat Earth. I don't want to at all. It's not a want thing. It's just I accept objective reality. I accept what is, and I reject what isn't. It's very simple. It's not a very hard method. It's no cult. It's no religion. It's if somebody tells me a lie, I can tell if it's a lie because I know what they're talking about. So if somebody says science, and then they have no science backing it, science is a logical method of establishing cause and effect. through observation, systematic experimentation. Simple. It's very simple. Okay, oh, you think you have that? What's your IV? And I ask you and I get detailed into what is the constituent parts of the hypothesis test. And you don't want to tell you, and you call me a troll like that? No, there's a very big problem because I brought forth a demon out of you. Because I talked about something so deep within your psyche that you couldn't rebuke it with actual coherent argumentation. You used the fallacy. Fallacious. God gives us logic. The knower of which path information, ultimately, is God. I don't know why there's even a debate anymore, except for this is so 100 years isn't long enough for people to figure out what the hell they believe. That's it. 100 years, people don't know what the hell they believe. They're talking about Newton. It's 110 years ago. Somebody came out with some other thing. Clueless. These people are clueless. That's why I insist that if you are a blurf derper, a gloober, I think that's a it's a symptom of cognitive deficiency, and I think they should seek help. I think they should, because a lot of normal people don't see anything in the world. You know, a lot of people aren't looking for the amount. They may go around, oh yeah, a globe, sure. They don't give a shit. But there's people that come here and they want to talk. I'm here talking about the nature of reality. But there's people that come here and want to talk to me and tell me that the nature of reality isn't natural. And that there's some relativism causing me to be here. Causing me to breathe. And it's like, okay, that's cool. Let's scientifically validate these things. Okay, gas pressure needs a container. Wow. Now we got problems. Yeah, it's, I guess no one else is here. I didn't mean to run anybody away if there's bloopers. It's just bloopers. Hey, you got a fun little belief It's just like Star Wars, believing in Star Wars. Like, Star Wars is cool and all. Like, it's cool. Like, it's kind of lame, actually. I wouldn't give it that much credit. It's like, I mean, actually, it's actually super, like, not cool at all. I just look at Brenda. It's like, that's not a cool condition to be in. It's a sad condition to be in. And, like, I have empathy for these people. That's why it's like, oh, you gotta be nice to them. But it's like, really, if somebody comes up there and they're like, you don't know what science is, I think I am something different. Obviously, we know where the illusion and the delusion resides. You know, it's like, hey, I wake up, go on. You know, I have impulses as a man. To deny that, I have empathy and I have pity for Brenda. Pity. I guess I bring the velocity of just everybody. I don't mean to. You know, I need friends too. But you know, is that my goal? No, not at all. My goal is just educate people. That's my goal. Just like Matthew Learns' goal. He genuinely thinks he's educating people. And for the most part, he probably is.
Did you say Nazi learns?
Yeah, for the most part, he's most likely educating people, like, really on just how to do simple functions, right? And you can say that's education. Like, what? Is it what? Based on reality? No, not at all.
It's based on his beliefs. That's what he tells us himself. He says the globe is a belief and it's a presupposition. He admits it.
Yeah, so I can appreciate that. If somebody says, "Yep, it's belief,"
when you get to the bottom of it, that's what he does say. Like, you ask him, well, how do you know that horizon is actually geometric and at 1.2 miles, but refracted to appear where it did instead? He says it's due to his presupposition that the Earth is a globe, that it's ultimately a belief, and since he has that belief, therefore, that's how all these things have to work, so that he can, like, maintain that belief. So he's the only glober I've actually ever heard say that, and that is the truth of it. That is what it comes down to.
I mean, he's one of the only I appreciate, because he'll just be like, okay, like, no emotions, here's this absurd lie that I believe, and they tell it to me like it's real. And I appreciate that, because
yeah, he doesn't just volunteer that usually. Like, you kind of have to pry it out of him. You got to get him in the corner before he'll say that, but at least he'll say it once he's there.
Yeah, there's much worse, like the debate on the David McQueen and Kat about is there scientific evidence for young Earth? And it's like, it's kind of set up. It's a badly set up debate, because it's like this person's defending against somebody's absurd claim. when it should be, is there scientific evidence for old Earth? And that's what it should have been. But so he came on, he said polonium radio, Queen came on and said polonium radio halos. And I support him because that's it. But he was like, he was disparaging flat Earth. He was like these things,
A lot of them go on the defensive when they really don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, imagine.
The claims they're arguing with are unbacked. There's nothing for them. Like, all they have to do is press on that. You don't have to defend, like, observable reality. It defends itself.
Yeah, that was precisely the issue. It's like, you just present polonium radio halo. How the texture and the beauty of granite is the signature of God. Literally. Of at least debunking long-term cooling of the Earth, There's at the very least, what it proves, Basically, we're talking about scientific proof. And it's like polonium radio, just, okay, boom. That just debunks long-term cooling, at least of granite, When you're like, you can do whatever else. But then it was like, because he's not a flat earther, because David McQueen isn't a flat earther, he let so much go. So Katz was saying the dynamo effect, which is, this absurd thing of the magnetism that we see with a compass. But he didn't even go into detail. He just said dynamo effect is science. Like, what's the independent variable? And nobody could tell me throughout the thing, and it was a big fight within the text chat. So much so that the moderators put the text chat to 60-second long intervals, like slow-mo, until like every 60 seconds I made sure I was there. I was like, oh yeah, real and impartial. I'm literally devouring these clowns, pseudoscience clowns, and you're trying to silence me with 60-second things so I can't respond to them, like real impartial. And then they put it 20 seconds. So then I was able to have conversation stuff. But yeah, that was the thing. They were super mad because I was asking about science. Like, and I was saying, nobody in this chat knows what science is, and it shows. And then people will be like, well, you've never taken math classes, and you're getting upset. Because like, obviously that's the purpose of me saying something like this, is to antagonize. Because it's true, and I'll back up any antagonistic thing that I have to say. I wouldn't say it if I didn't, obviously. But yeah, it's like, boom, just easy wins on these atheist secularists. It's sad and pathetic.
Well, I'm a bounce. The stream is in your hands for now. Don't fuck it up.
Well, I like the most of like, hey, measure, okay, 1 degree per 60 miles. That's a flat Earth measurement right there. Cartesian coordinates right there. That's triangulation. That's triangles. That's a grid coordinate system. You're completely debunked. And they're like, well, a circle is 2 dimensions. The surface of a circle of a sphere is 2 dimensions. I'm like, no, that's retarded. The surface of a sphere is 3 dimensions. Like, a surface is an adjective to the noun sphere. Like it's a surface of a sphere. So the surface has no implicit dimension until you describe what dimensionality of the shape that you're describing. Very simple. But they'll go on because they need for a circle to be, or for a sphere to be flat. They need for it. Because I mean, that's the whole claim. 7/6R. It looks flat, and they're like, "Oh, your whole Earth is flat," and I'm like, "Hey, here's the shit. It looks flat." And they're like, "Yeah, 7/6R refraction. It does look flat." I'm like, "Where's the contention? There's no debate. It's done. It's done. It's flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is measured on a horizontal aspect. Absolutely. You can ask you can get a lot of stories going behind that. Ooh, there's stories. It's Turtles Deep, you know. I love it, you know. I love not knowing. The more you think you know, the more you don't know. But there's these goons like, oh yeah, we definitely know. We've been to the dark side of the moon, and they could see the stars. And then the other guy who went to the light side of the moon, he couldn't see the stars. And there's continuity errors. Hairspray, you gotta love the hairspray. The ISS hairspray. That was like in 2016. That was what did it for me. Was the hairspray, the ISS hairspray, and like the bananas falling through hands, and like the CGI cables going through them, and then like the disappearing man in the background when that guy like floated in the background and he disappeared before the cutoff of the thing. I was like, it's just weird. Why? What is that? Why would that be there if it's real? That stuff shouldn't be there. It shouldn't be there. Just like, hello, retarded shit that looks fake and gay as fuck shouldn't be there. Like, what are you questioning? And then it was full on board. Of course, it's flat then. But I had already been questioning my cosmology for years up until that point. But that's what it took. Picture a painting, and then showing me like goofy antics in the ISS. And I was like, oh yeah, the ISS is completely a fraud. Matthew learns, can't figure it out. And like, you know, and I'm honored to be one of the privy to the joke. A lot of people are like, oh, this is so bad. It's so bad. Oh my goodness. Woe is me. Send me stuff. I was like, I want more to keep going. Keep this going. This is hilarious. This is the best joke that could ever be. This is my comedy. A lot of people like soft stroke Joe Rogan. I like it a little bit harder, you know what I mean? But hey, did you see that Joe Rogan did talk to Theo Vaughn, and Theo Vaughn questioned Joe Rogan's nonsense, and I think that's nice. I think it's nice. Like a comedian just throwing doubt at his, because he's on such an elevated level and such an echo chamber, and he won't allow us to come onto his little show because we're more interesting than any of these clowns that he's had on there. I listen to him every day, but I'm still listening here. He won't have you on. He won't have me on. He's scared of us. He says we're retarded, but he will call a black person the N-word. He ain't scared of doing that. That's a whole little bit he has. He's traveling around the world saying he's not scared of saying the N-word, but he will call a flat earther a retard, even though he bowed out, even though he let Neil deGrasse Tyson bow out of having a debate. Yeah, McToons came and he questioned me. He said, "Well, where's the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson bowing out of the debate?" Well, obviously he bowed out, so there's no video that happened. So you're asking for something that didn't happen. McToons, you're retarded. McToon, this is me. I'm the one that was talking to you on Instagram. You're a clown. But I respect you. I'm gonna destroy you every single day, every single way. I love you to the end of my entire fathomable existence. Because you teach me what is wrong. You teach me everything. This is what they don't get. They thought that they were going to sit me in front of the Bible and I wasn't going to learn. They thought that they were going to sit me in front of these textbooks, listen to these authorities, and get grades, and I wasn't going to learn. This is what I'm showing them. I learned a lot. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I think that you're a clown, McToon. I think that you're an absolute clown. Hey, but everybody's got to do something. So that's why I say I respect it. Do what you got to do, McToon. You got to feed, because I know there's more mouth breathers and knuckle draggers out there, and they literally believe they're knuckle draggers. So it's not even a immoral thing for me to say that's what they are. That's what they believe they are. I'll just give them their beliefs. And that follow you. There's a lot more. There's a lot more incompetent people that follow you, McToon, than follow me. You get that? I never wanted to be a superhero like you did, McToon. That's what you chose to be. You chose to put yourself in the spotlight. You think that you're going to defend the globe with your cartoons and your double-speaking nonsense? That's cool. You can do that. And I hope you make a lot of money. But I hope at the end of the day, you submit to Jesus Christ, and then I'll see you. And I'll see you at the end of the day, you know? At the end of the days. McToon. Because I don't think it's works. Works don't get you where you need to go. It's not works at all. But I think, McToon, you really need to question what kind of path you're putting people down. Because your path of them not knowing and being minuscule and being nothing, I think is evil, McToon. I think it's very evil, sir. So on Tuesday, you want to talk to me? I told McToon Tuesday I will go on his debate show. The debate is I want scientific evidence that there's aliens coming from Earth to save us. Blurf belief, his disclosure belief. I told him I will come and I will debate you on this topic. We'll see if he wants to take me on board, because I told him, I was like, obviously we'll start there, and it's gonna go everywhere else. So let's start there. I want to talk about your blurf derp aliens. What is SETI searching? Why are you searching in the sky? What do you think you're searching for? You think these people are searching? They're hopeless. He responded to me. He was mad because of NDT, because I said NDT. I said NDT bowed out, and he said, "Give me the video." And I was like, "Well, obviously there's no video." You'd be like, "That's McToon. I'm talking to this motherfucker. This clown is talking to me. I'm not important." And I told him such. I was like, on this platform, on Instagram, I'm the king. I rule this. There's nobody surpasses me. Nobody. You can have an account Like, you see, I don't have a little account that posts little memes and stuff. I'm just there in the trenches. I see somebody being a clown, not knowing what science is, saying they know what science is, I'm there. That's where I eat. That's my piece. I don't mean to frighten you. Come find me, blurfs. Come find me. I'm into the break. You know, and I feel pity for anybody. You first, you put into the break first. No, I'm riding the break that God has given me. Okay, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth, son. Just like when you take elevation angles from horizontal, never, ever start or plot on glob. Ever. There's no glob ever needed in celestial navigation. Ever. What do you need a glob for in celestial navigation? That's what I'm looking for. Somebody come tell me, some blurf there, come tell me, when do I need a glob? When I'm celestial navigating, when I'm navigating. Just because I scrolled out on my Apple Maps and they put it because they put in a cool little ball for me. That's it. That's all you got. That's it. It's pathetic. Fucking clown blurp derping retards in chat. And none of them are in chat anymore. They all ran away. And don't let that chat go down there, because let the trolls come. Let the trolls feed. Let them. They're like those little parasites that, cling to whale sharks and whales and stuff. That's what these little troll all they do, like, they can try to cry and stuff. But it's like, people look and it's like, why are these people crying so much? Because these one people don't believe in this stuff, and it's like, wow, I didn't even know. So absurd. People see that. People see it. So let them talk. Let them cry. Let them cope and see. Let them cope and see. People see it. They censor us, so people don't see it. But people see it. People are watching. People do see. You have to realize that. You have to realize that. People are always watching. So I'm trying to be kind of nice. But my empathy is not to be confused with weakness. I have pity on the souls of Matthew. But Matthew knows. And Matthew knows. And he knows it's not works either. So Matthew's my brother, and I appreciate speaking to Matthew. But there's not other people on Matthew's level, or my level, or the such. And so it's great, hopefully Matthew 2's goal is salvation, is bringing people to salvation. Because Matthew, if your goal isn't to bring people to salvation, then what are you doing, sir? And what are you doing? And this is a personal message to Matthew. Because I know for a fact, people come to salvation just by questioning. You want to questioning? Well, here we go again. And just some more. So I don't know. The Earth is obviously measured flat. And salvation going to come to knowledge that you understand there's another flat? No! Not at all. Not at all. No, people ask for science and salvation. Flat Earth, right? It's like just a huge confusion. People are so confused. So I really like when people have some respect and they say, what do you mean? People have some empathy, have some dignity for themselves to ask what's being said. I appreciate that at least. A lot of people might not, that's like few. The sort of salesman type probably will never. That's sort of what I see Matthew as. He's a bad salesman, but he's got the salesman mentality, and that's what I think is so sad and debilitating for Matthew. It's like you're not that guy, Matthew. But that's why it's like I'm pretty sure Matthew understands where the tally's at, and he just playing his role, and kudos to you, sir. I got no problem with Matthew. He's a good guy.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello? Is someone else there? I've been monologuing for a while. I don't mean to. Like, I wasn't trying to monologue for Obler's Paradox. I was trying to bring it up.
I just got it here. No, I'm here.
We were talking Obler's Paradox, how, like, actual night debunks heliocentrism. Like, because they like to say, like, oh, where does the sun go? And it turns to night. And it's like, well, actually, if you knew about your pseudo-religion, the fact that there's darkness debunks heliocentrism. It debunks your belief, not mine, which I don't have a belief.
You're never going to change your mind. You're wasting your time.
No, that's not true. It depends. It depends who you're talking to.
Yeah, that's what. All right.
Change my mind. You could change my mind because I am open-minded. But there's certain people that will present themselves as questioning, as saying some kind of things, kind of bringing up like the basement floor heliocentrism sort of beliefs, and then you're like, oh yeah, that's easily resolved, and you let them know some certain things, and it fixes a lot of things because there's like, oh wow, because I think night is a big one because they have some weird pictures in their heads about how light works and about a map and a reification fallacy and all that. But it's nice to just bring them back to, oh, actually, well, this is actually your claim. And then the claim to claim against it is another absurd claim. So I think it's very pertinent to bring up Obler's Paradox in rebuttal to anybody saying, oh, the sun goes away and it turns to night. Well, the sun could go away, but it still wouldn't be night in your paradigm. So I think it's very pertinent. Obler's Paradox. What do you think?
Yeah, I can understand that. I understand the whole night and stuff like that. But you're trying to convert some of those people that are questioning, but most of the people I encounter on here, the ones that are usually against the flat earth ideology, I've never seen them get converted in the 3 months that I've been monitoring most of these servers. Shit. In Earth Awakening, you still got the same like 12 or 13 usual culprits, derailing conversations, Like Koshul never changes. Xanax not gonna change. But best of luck on that. More into talking to more further like conspiracies and progress until like what's the next big shit's gonna happen.
Yeah, like the this whole thing that happened that should have been like there was so much predictive programming. We should have known what they were aiming for, and most of us did. So when it happened, everybody was aware. But like that, people are reluctant. People are believing like in train derailments and chemicals being blasted off into their water supply. They're worried about some real shit, and they should be, except for the fact that there's a longevity of false information coming from the source.
Yeah, trust me. Like anytime I try to bring up anything on like within that subject, or the tiny hats, the hobgoblins, the gobbles, like doing all that shit. Like usually, it's like every other server gets really antsy about it, even though it's a truth-seeking server, which is kind of like makes no sense to me. Like I just got kicked out of the Cosmology Terraria, where like Shane's co-host in that one. Really? Yeah, because we were talking because one of the hosts was a goblin. And he got really pissed off because I was talking about a particular angry goblins. And he just literally kept warning me. I'm like, dude, I got receipts. Like, you can't, like, derail this conversation. And then he just kicks me out. So Shane's trying to, like, get me back in. But
well, I don't want to have that conversation here, but I would to have that conversation.
See what I mean? That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like,
but
you guys...
it's like they're censoring us because this is streamed, but maybe there's another... That's why I'm here. I was like, if somebody wants to tell me, "Hey, go to this other server," but it's like I'm talking about the nature of reality. So I think it's pertinent to this server right now. It's pertinent to the topic. But I there's a lot of things we understand that come from this. But it's always nice to bring it back to the nature of reality. And how that they're lying to us about the nature of reality. They're telling people they're relativists, and so that the waking life of reality isn't even real. And then they're trying to come back and argue this absurdity of the nature of reality with illogic. And so they're trying to use logic to argue for illogic. It's just absurd, Ends up it's nonsensical, but then they'll say you're nonsense. You don't know what science is, and it's actually I'm trying to teach people what science is. That's my whole goal. Is this is what science is. This is what science isn't. Did you see the modern day debates today with McQueen and Katz about the young Earth? And polonium radio halos just debunk Katz right out the bat. Boom, done. We don't even need to debate. Polonium radio halos debunk any slow Earth cooling. Yeah, that's it. It's simple. It's so easy. And it's not even science, but it's easy to do it, right? But then Katz is like, "Oh, well, the dynamo effect is science, and carbon dating is science," and it's like, no, sir, you don't know what science is. Obviously, you can't just say, "Oh, science." Like the minute someone's trying to say science, and it's not when it's like, "Hey, we're talking about a measurement here. Just give us the measurement, right?" Like, and they're like, "This is science," and it's 1 billion trillion years old, older than you can even imagine. And it's like, well, obviously you're telling a story here, sir. Like, Katz, like, wake the hell up. Like, you're a clown. Like, you're
unfortunately
you're an internet personality.
Yeah,
you're
but
literally arguing against a young Earth creationist geologist who believed just as you did 50 years ago until he figured shit out. Like 40 years ago.
Yeah, well, look, I'm just saying in general that the majority of true seekers of most of these servers are always going to be stuck in this circle where you guys debate flat Earth every day and not like go beyond the rabbit hole. Like I keep hearing a lot of people say they go beyond the rabbit hole, and then I'm like, all right, let's talk about the goblins or let's talk about the deep state or the Illuminati. Oh no, let's not talk about that. And so because
No, I'm talking about Obler's paradox, the Goblin's paradox, right? Of
Yeah.
light, of night and day. That night actually debunks heliocentrism. Like they like to say, like, oh well, the sun goes down and so night happens. Well, actually, there should be no night because Obler's paradox. Because you say that these little lights in the skies are all little suns, all shining lights down parallel to us. So we should have a white sky. And Matthew Learns, he admitted that there should be a white sky. He was very confused at the rebuttal to the argument, but the rebuttal to the argument is that the universe is expanding into nothing, so that it should be lit up like the day, but the expandingness of the universe is sucking the light away from your eyes, so it doesn't appear as it's lit. Like seriously.
Okay. Cool.
But Matthew Learn says no. There's infinite, the infinite stars or whatever, and it's like no. But they wouldn't let me talk. They wouldn't let me interject and actually finish the conversation. There was a big obfuscation there. I don't know what it was. A couple people left, and somebody.
Yeah, it's
I was having arguments with flat earthers here.
Yeah, I
Instead of
understand.
Matthew, I was trying to have a conversation with Matthew, and there's some flat earthers fighting me. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, it could be. All I know is like I don't know. It's just the way things are, man.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, somebody, you want a conversation about curvature? Here's the rectilinear. Then I turn full concaver. Here, like just to antagonize some thought, some debate. It's like I'll just goof off and be a concaver if you're trying to be that simple, But Earth is so flat.
Well, there's some people that are gonna know, and some people that are gonna know. The same way a lot of people I was going to during this pandemic, where like, yo, I'm telling them like, yo, the jab is just gonna fucking kill you. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. And now I got a bunch of people say what?
Tell them we don't need to talk about it like that. But that's why I say some things are for some people. Not everything's for everybody.
Yeah,
like
that's
maybe flat Earth's not for you, man. Like if you don't, if it hurts your feelings and stuff, it's not for you, man.
Well, they come here.
Well,
That's
go
the
beg
thing.
the question,
And you guys,
whatever.
You guys get baited into these eagle talkings, and that's the shit. It's like you can clearly tell when someone doesn't want to like change their mind. You know what I'm saying? And then you guys get into these tirades for 2 to 3 hours instead of like talking about current events or things that happen or plans on or whatever. And then after that, the guy walks away, and you guys don't remember the hell you talked about 3 hours ago.
What current event? The current event that there's no such thing as satellites, and aerial photography is done from balloons and
giants.
Satellites.
Yeah, the giants are showing up. There's videos of giants that are showing up. There's monsters.
Well, there's a lot of goofy stuff showing up.
Yeah, but that's not even
what we're
goofy. You actually
talking
have.
about. No, I mean that may be in.
Yeah, like I was saying before, there are vids out there, right? Even the guy that was on TikTok who first saw a giant, I think in Canada and whatever, and as soon as he saw it on the mountain driving away, he tried to go. His TikToker followers tell him, "Yo, go check up the mountain, see what if it is." And when he tried, there was a black car that was stopping him, saying that you couldn't go up. Followed his ass home. Then he went and says he didn't see anything, and next thing you know, he says he did see it, and he was scared because someone was talking to him, and he sees that there's a new military building on top of that mountain where that giant is, You know, there's
believe that
military
shit, bro?
helicopters.
You believe that? I think it. I mean, I think it's put out there. I think there's like, but like, I think that's that stuff to scare you. There's no reality to that.
There's not. I'm not scared, right? It's the age of Aquarius. These things are coming back because ether is going back into the world.
So, like, missing phone, because I'm big on, I sleep listening to Missing 411 for like 4 years straight. Like, I'll just listen to missing persons documentary. So, you think the missing persons is because some, like, stick man in the forest or something?
No, it's a mixture of a whole bunch of things. If you want to go down the 401 rabbit hole, the majority of people that are, disappearing, right, are of German ancestry, right? And if you think about Operation High Jump and the German abduction, and you want to talk about the most infamous alien abduction there was, where you had this interracial
What are they
couple.
taking them for? What do you think they're taking the Germans for?
Well, the Germans, of course, are taking Germans because they're trying to save the Germans. They're trying to save their people. If you ever read Mein Kampf, if you read how Hitler was thinking during the time period, he only gave one absolute shit when it was to save and secure Germany and its people. So if he has German descendants still here in America and other places, he wants to take them and bring them back home to safe. All the food and junk food out there that's clearly poison.
Wow. So you think that the missing 411 is some Nazi technology, like coming to save the Aryan race?
No, it's a mixture of those things. There's also a few things too, like if you look at 401 missing and you look at the total people of missing next to the largest cave systems out there, it's interconnected. So a lot of people that are missing are also found near giant cave systems that are known to have catacombs that go throughout America. So maybe something else is also taking them. And also there's also the Fae logic too. People finding their clothes neatly folded by the river next to giant old trees, willow trees to be specific. If you look at any of the Fae books in Scotland and Ireland, even museums, they have a very long tide of exactly that. People go missing, being absorbed into trees. And there's a lot of evidence to point out these weird anomalies. It's just not like, people are, look at a kid that got taken by a wolf, supposedly. And you had professional hikers try to mimic it. The kid was right there playing hide and go seek with everyone else. Parents turn around, he's gone. Found out 30 miles away, up a mountain, perfectly preserved. All right and fine. Doesn't remember anything except being taken by a giant wolf.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna give a cookie till he was like, "Oh, this isn't real. I gotta leave." And when he was returned back, very weird, very strange stuff. That's why I like to talk about that stuff.
Yeah, like there's a reason why there's like in the old lore of this world, magic was a thing, monsters were a thing. All over the world, you have like you look at Wendigos are also in Slavic and Inuit and all these different faraway cultures, even in Asia. There seems to be that when ether went away, so did these monsters go away. But now that ether is coming back, or mana, these monsters are coming back. Shit. There's even a story for 401. Park ranger was found on a redwood tree, impaled horizontally, right at the Yellowstone, and everyone was like, "What the fuck?" Well, he fell off the cliff. That's the official story. Well, guess what? There was no cliff around that spot 5 miles around. So unless he got shot out by a circus cannon, how the hell did he end up being 20 foot in the air horizontally stabbed onto a tree branch?
Wow, yeah, that's a weird one. I haven't heard that.
He was taking a flight and he fell out of a high plane.
Yeah, right. He was skydiving without a parachute.
I haven't heard. I've heard all the 401 stuff, but I have not heard that about him being, or maybe I have heard him like because I've heard about him being in hanging from the trees, but never realized that was the context. There was nothing for them to fall on. But I haven't read two. I haven't read. I've only read one of his books, and then the rest is just there's more details to these stories that I don't know. So thanks
Yeah,
for telling me that.
Yeah, they're weird anomalies. That's what I'm trying to
That's crazy shit.
Yeah, if you think the firmament, if like I said, this is the thing that I keep catching on with some flat earthers. If you believe in the firmament, you believe in God, you believe in that we've never went to space and all that stuff, fine. But you must understand that if that's the case, then all the legends and lore of giants and monsters are also real. You know, the undergrounds, the hollow, the dungeons, all this other shit has to be real if it's gonna be in correlation between the firmament and everything else. And if that's the case, most people go like this. All right, and what are the meteors then? If there is an enclosed dome, well, based on the Bible and based on other books, meteors are usually indication of monsters or demons or something celestial falling into the world. And if that's the case, if it lands, then it must be coexisting with us currently. Now,
just like a ball of demons, and then it just impacts, and then they all just come into our spaces.
Yeah, look at the Japanese folklore, right? In the Japanese folklore, they talk about a time period where there were no yokai or monsters, but then some weird twilight happened, and a monster started pouring out of like weird dimensional holes. And it started conquering all of Japan until eventually some of those yokai started working with the Japanese. And they finally went out for their divine war and they started killing these monsters, putting them away, putting them in shrines and shit like that. You also have that in Slavic culture. Monsters were pouring in. And it took them a while to fight back, and they lost multiple cities. And, it continues on. Every folklore, you have the Navajo talking about it too.
I'm post-trib, so... I for sure think this has already happened.
Yeah, it could happen again.
I'm post-trib. What trib are you?
What are you talking about?
I'm post-tribulation.
Post-tribulation?
I think it's already happened.
Oh, no, it's a cycle, bro. It's just going to keep happening. It just happens over and over again.
Yeah. That's where I am, but, For this cycle, I go along with what the cycle is because I don't disregard it or disrespect it.
Yeah. Whatever happened during humanity's age of strength, we've been punished by the gods, and now the end of the Kali Yuga and the age of Aquarius, we're getting our shit back.
Yeah, it's funny. There was a worldwide cataclysm that happened. There's geodetic information to confirm that, right? And then at the same time, we have the Egyptian pyramids and Oblekle Tempe, and we have the ruins of the Scottish Rite. So it's like everything you learned in this secularism about understanding of the history of humanity is sort of just there to eat away and explain away the actual history book that we have in the Bible. Which I think is absurd to me. Here's a history book, Sodom and Gomorrah. I've been by. I've actually been to Israel. I've seen Sodom and Gomorrah, where the ruins are. But then I've gone and walked the ruins of Caesarea, right, where Caesar's little temple place. So Caesar's little his racetrack and his theater and stuff, well, that wasn't destroyed, but Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. And the conclusion you come to is that actually Caesarea comes much later in history, much later, and is not the same. And that's what you find out with the Egyptian pyramids, with the Sphinx especially. is the bottom half is 10,000 years older than the upper half. So what really happened there? What's really going on? Where are these dates coming from? And they say the dates are based on science. Science.
Well, I'll tell you this though. Right now, currently at the moment, this is why our past. There's a lot of things that need to be questioned. Not a lot of things that need to be judged. If you look at academia and historian and archaeology, you notice that a lot of goblins are in key positions to question everything. Even the Basmati pyramid was constantly challenged of its existence, even though the guy and the government of that country was like, "Hey guys, I know you're being a bunch of fucking assholes. We'll give you VIP tickets. Just come over here. We got a camera crew. We got National Geographic ready to do this. If you sign up and join, we'll show you the pyramid." And they're like, "Nah, man, pyramid's not real. You guys are fucking scam artists and lies." And that's the thing that we have to call them out for that shit, because I'll tell you this, and like I've said it, I've warned this to everybody. The more we can't talk about it, the more this thing becomes very dangerous to a lot of innocent people. Because then the normies are gonna come around, and when normies come around and they get into these mob mentalities, it's pretty much over. And I sure as hell am not gonna lay my life down, to fight against a bunch of normies when I've been warning about this for 7 years. Look what happened with the jab in all the blue cities with the Asians. How much Asian violence started occurring all over the country, right? How many Asian people got their heads cracked open? How many old ladies got singled out? How many Asian men got beaten to death? And not nobody, and everyone was like, "Oh, those are just angry people going after retarded people." Okay, fine. Well, think about this for a second. In the New York train station, Chicago train station, Seattle, no one fucking said anything while they watched this Asian person get their ass beat to death. You know why? Because it's consensual, anger and disagreement that they blame the Asians or the Chinese, but since they think all Asians look the same, and when those Asians get...
Most people are scared. That's what people are scared. Most people
that's not true.
What to do.
Most people aren't scared, because I'll tell you this. When a woman is getting her ass kicked, many people march up and fucking defend her. When old people will get their asses kicked, people come up and defend, right? The pandemic didn't
think so. I would hope so. I would think so.
And guess what?
It's fake.
But no, there's videos. There's videos of people saying, maybe is it like social dissidents?
Are you saying it's fake, or what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say is that people avidly, consciously, are pissed off at the Asian because of what happened with the pandemic, and they allowed those retards to beat the shit out of the Asian out of a silent agreement, right? And that's exactly it's going to happen when the goblin shit gets pulled out into light. A lot of innocent, people of the Tiny Hat Brigade are going to get their asses beat to death because of a bunch of small bad apples. And if we can't talk about it in the hopes to kind of bring light to it, it's just going to happen again, but at a much worse case, because people going to put the dots together. Like, who ran those facilities and pharmaceuticals? It's them. Who ran the hospitals and the media? Yeah. It's them. The banks. Who crashed the banks, the economy?
Yeah, if it doesn't happen to Microsoft himself and Zuck and if those ones don't get beat, but then other innocent Jewish people get beat.
Yep, that's how it happens in history.
Major problem. That's why I don't like Owen Benjamin, because no, you don't despair. It's this real Jewish person that I talked to got no problem with it, but you got a problem with the fact that you think that the government is run by these people and stuff. No, this is wrong, because I know this is just wrong. It's wrong. What do you think? What do you think? I'm in the same brigade? No, I'm trying to bring truth to light, and to disparage innocent people isn't going to do it.
Yep, that's why calling them out. Look,
no. You can't even disparage the religion, because the Torah is the same book that Jesus Christ himself quoted when teaching people. So you can't say the Torah is evil either. So I have a big problem with Owen Benjamin. I got a big problem with him. But you know,
Well, that's the case, though, right? So the situational case, this whole thing is like the more people are finding out that there are laws like anti-Semitic laws. There's laws that prohibit you from calling out, disagreeing, or even making coincidental jokes about it. The more people are going to find out, because again, like people are going to take that.
It's a problem with the 6 million, isn't it? It's a problem with the 6 million. It's a problem with questioning. It's a problem with questioning what happened.
Well, that too, but here's another thing, right? And this is things that, like I said, this guy pulled up a really good meme, right? If white Americans, which are the majority that died in World War II, right? And since I guess Hispanics are now whites, a majority of white Americans, blacks Americans, Asian Americans went to World War II to save a bunch of people in Germany, which Germany didn't attack us. We had a war with Japan, but we went to war with Germany first. And we saved all those Jewish people. We brought them into America. We gave them some form of reparation, even though it's not our fault, but we gave them a little bit of some investments to get themselves started. And then their descendants are now currently online and in media and every other sort of institution advocating that whites are demonic demons, devils, that they're colonizers, they're the most racist motherfuckers that deserve to be killed, sterile, and all that stuff. And I got Twitter archives for it. Everyone does, right? And so when, like, I've always argued this in college too, like, and I point this out to my professor. Like, I get that these are the smallest group of people, but no one is stopping them from saying shit, right? Like, if I start going on tirade like they did, I get banned or I get, thrown out. But if they do that, that's okay. And I go like this. I'm not saying this as in a racist term. I'm like, be careful in which you guys are advocating of a boogeyman, because you're creating one tomorrow because you got receipts. And that's exactly what I witnessed in college. Like, I seen people from the right side just go out there like, bro, here's the receipts. They clearly hate you. There's a war. And that guy just got turned.
They're creating a boogeyman for you, yeah. Because it's not evil. Like, it's Zionism. It's these Zionists, which is Christendom. So it's not even like Judaism. It's not even... Like, people are confused at what they're confused about.
Well, the Zionism are Talmud guys.
And mad about.
Yeah, the Zionists are Talmud dudes,
right. And so it's not like your local friend is not one of these guys, right? And so it's to say it's the problem with terminology, semantics, is that. Yeah, these people may believe in the Talmud, but they are not actually what is Zionism. Zionism is a very specific thing. And so if you're a Zionist, and you admit to being a Zionist, concede to being a Zionist, that's different than having some other religious belief. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's what I think is very specific. The nuance that needs to be there, because same thing with, like, of course, I think there's people, Muslims get taught, killing Whitey is the best thing for them. Boom, but is that's not really all of them. Like, there's people behind all of this, but as a whole of the secularism of the theology of what they believe in is very much like a Christian person believe in Christian will be Kabbalah, because they're like wowed by the mysticism and the spirituality, even if it's demonic, as presented, because the rest of society is trying to hide this sort of hide the fact that there's demons and angels, and then here's Zionism is like, oh no, there's demons and angels, and we know how to talk to them.
Look, regardless of the situation, I find it funny because You know, at the end of the day, they're completely fucking they're gonna keep playing the same game. Like I already know how this is gonna play out. The same way I knew what was gonna happen with the jab. You know, I've called the shit out. Like now, doctors in Australia.
This has nothing to do. That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with Zionism or anything like that.
The jab has everything to do with Zionism. Yes,
this has everything to do with. Well,
yeah, because remember, I'm not sure if you're familiar with current events.
No,
Israel had a patent for the Jabarino vaccine.
Yeah, like this because it's basically Zurich. It's like you can. It's basically Zurich. That's why.
They also had a patent for the.
And I think it's a problem.
Yeah, because they already knew, bro. The same way Fauci went out to Wuhan and they made it with Obama and all that stuff. They all knew. Right?
I mean, remember the videos we saw people having seizures on the railway, almost falling in. This was like 2018 or whatever. They made a big deal out of it. Well, and then it comes to find out that stuff only happens after you take the secret stuff, the secret
jab shots,
the spice.
All right, fine, we'll call it the spice. But
we use terminology here that's not conducive to getting us banned.
All right,
the spice.
Okay, the spice. Look, I'm just saying is this: there's too many receipts and evidence between their hands destroying the entire American society. All the way from the LGBT to feminism. And I'm telling you right now,
sad.
Yeah, everyone has receipts, bro. It's not just me. Like, as someone that archives for history, one day that I'm going to be writing a book about, the current events of this world, I'm telling you now the receipts are open to everyone. That's public knowledge 101. There is no more hiding. This is why I've said this before, and I'll say this again.
That's what's funny. When you write the book, you'll be like, all the flat earthers were saying this for 10 years, 20 decades.
Yeah, most of the flat earthers I know are pretty much offensive to the goblin situation.
It's like we have like some sort of like we have like some like time machine in our minds where we just know what's gonna happen.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
What you come to find out, isn't it?
But
the flat earthers are the only ones that really know what's going on, huh?
Well, to a point.
What other group? Do you let's say? Do you go to some group and you learn something from these people that think that they've like got like bases on the dark side of the moon, and that they want to like save humanity by destroying a moon base?
Well, no, I'm really disagreeing with your point. I don't think flat earthers are predicting anything. Like the flat earthers in these servers are pretty defensive when it comes to goblins or any of the current event paradigm. So, like, you guys will go as far as the rabbit hole, but you won't go any deeper to figure out like future plannings and stuff. Maybe you, but I'm saying in server in general. Like, if there was like, if I had to do like a generalization of a medium, there's only a few exceptional people that are on the same wavelength as I am, but everyone else is pretty much on the line of normies with extra steps. That's pretty much what that is.
Normies with extra steps. Hey, you know what? I think that's what most flat earthers are. That's why I sort of say I don't even know what a flat earther is until you tell me what it is. I just think that the earth is measured flat. Like, that's just me. Like, if that means that I'm a flat earther, I don't know. So be it.
Yeah, you'll just be lumped in there, but at the end of the day, it's like, if you can look beyond the looking glass, you're just going to go ahead and like, yeah, I figured it out. I'll move on from there. And
the false dichotomy is what's very important, is always the presentation of there being option. Because they want to give you, oh, here's the buffet. There's a lot of options here. Here's pizza. Here's pepperoni. Here's chicken fingers. And it's all very easy stuff. But it's like, I want the secret menu. And very few people ask for the secret menu. Very few people are privileged enough to even know that there's a secret menu to ask for. That's what I think flat Earth is. But flat earthers may not all agree with that, or maybe do not. But to me, always the minute if you question your your theology and your cosmology, we got a lot to talk about.
Yep.
That's why we're talking.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we're having a good time talking. That's why we're in on the joke. That's why we're not disparaged. We don't feel grief-stricken by all this information. Because we understand it's there for our enlightenment. It's not somebody being there and we're feeding on their disparagement. It's the fact that there's lies being told and that they're funny jokes. And I'm going to laugh because what else are you going to do?
We have God on our side. And the globe is wrong.
Yep. True. Like, what else are you going to do? Cry about it? If you're gonna cry, that's why I tell all these goobers, if you gotta cry about anything I gotta say, then you better pray to Jesus Christ himself. And I'll say it for months and months and months on end. Some people get it. Some people do. They honestly do, man. And that's why I fucking do what I do.
Most anti-flat earthers are atheists, but not all of them.
It's all. It's like, what are you talking about this stuff for? I'm talking about this stuff for because I want to bring people forth to the realization of reality and Christ himself. I don't want people to be confused. I don't want people to be confused. Christ himself will set you free. Very easy thing to do. But, some people have problems with that. Me saying that. What is Christ? All that stuff. We're not talking about that, are we? I'm talking about Obler's paradox, bro. How night debunks heliocentrism. We talk about angles. Let's talk about just the speed of darkness. Talk about the speed of darkness, because it'll work as fast as the speed of lightness. It will. You have to be very careful with what you do. You have to be careful of who you give yourself to. And that's like, we just have a community of people who are just, that's why we're always talking. We're not agreeing. Some things we're agreeing, some things we're disagreeing. But that's what it's about. We're trying to figure out the nature of reality, where other people have disillusionments. And this is why I say, like, there's no gravity machine, there's no perpetual gravity machine. But what we have is quantum mechanics and transistors and our telephone. And that the Turing machine is based on the printing press, and the printing press was conceived of to print the Bible. So you have to think the Bible for your telephone right now, for your phone while we're communicating, for your computer while we're communicating. You have to think the Bible for that. You have to thank God for that. You have to thank God for your ability to understand logic, information. And if something's a little too absurd, God's giving you the providence, and you speaking to me right now and me speaking to you right now isn't by mistake. It's not by mistake. It's not a random coincidence. It's because we're supposed to talk. But, it's a little too much, Too much. Most people are just like, oh yeah, the Earth is not a globe. Easy. It's done. Just open your eyes in the morning. Objective or waking life reality. This proves the delusion that is MSM, mainstream media. That's it. It's a reification fallacy. People don't know what logic is, and people don't know what science is. This is the problem. Like when people want to talk about, let's talk about 411, people get all off in the stuff. And it's hard to say, hey, let's disregard science. No, it's use science, what science is. And it's like, wow, there are things that seem outside of this method, right? Is it really outside of it? There could just be really a good mountain healing people, I don't know. I don't claim to know. I don't have a big question fairy tale. Tell you. That's what I think is the biggest problem with heliocentrism and these sort of blurfed believers is that they just believe stories. There's this actually in 2020 AD in Thanos theology, the obelisk was invented or whatever. Don't know. I'm just joking about talking about some nerd shit. You know what I mean? Like some Star Wars. Like Star Wars isn't real. What's real is objective, waking life reality. That's what's real. When you wake up in the morning, that's real. You had a dream, that wasn't real. That wasn't real. I'm sorry, it wasn't real. Because when you wake up, that's what's real. This right now, like I'm talking through the phone, you're hearing me. Or you're not hearing me, or you don't want to hear me, or whoever it is. Don't want to hear it. Objective reality is real. Do you think that you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, you're hurtling towards the center of the great abyss? Now you're thinking about what isn't real. It's not real. There may be a lot of science textbooks. That say that's what's happening to you. But that isn't objective reality. You see? It's a simple trick they pull. Don't have to do much. Hey, here's some bullshit. People fight for it. They love it. Oh yeah, objective reality isn't real because I had sex with a man last night. Blah, 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 blah. Or anything. Brenda, right? Objective reality isn't real. A donut hole. There's shoe science. Right? You see why they have to fight for something like that? Because there's some disgusting immorality having to do with them as a person. And I say, hey Brenda, Jesus will accept you. When you're at the end of it, if you just give yourself over to Christ, you will be saved too. It doesn't matter. Works don't matter. It doesn't matter what you do in your life.
On that one.
As long as you submit to Jesus Christ himself.
No thanks.
Yeah, you're gonna pass on that? Alright.
Yeah.
See.
I'm good.
We'll see,
I would rather stick with my old gods.
I don't mean to bring theology into it. I'm just
That's cool.
I mean, to bring up, like, it's not a very negative thing. It's a very positive, uplifting thing. So, like, I don't care what you believe. I'm just saying that you can do whatever you want, but as long as at the end of your day you submit to Christ, you will be saved, son. You will be saved. That's all I got to tell you about that. What else you want to talk about?
Yeah, I'm all talked out of actually. I'm gonna step away and play some video. So, play some video games.
You run so far away.
I'm gonna run away. I'm no coward.
What old guys are you
I'm just kidding.
Gods.
Say what now?
What old gods are you talking about?
Olden, the Asgards, Vanir, Iluvatar. You know,
Say
those are the
Iluvatar.
old.
Old
Yeah,
pagan
go to
gods.
Iluvatar.
Old pagan gods.
Yeah, the old gods that
got-
were there prior to the birth of Christianity. Shit, if you read the Bible, it says God of the Hebrews, King of the Hebrews.
He looks at quantum mechanics and he sees, like, I observe, therefore there's matter. Forgetting
like Odin.
Yep, Odin.
He observes, therefore there's matter. Forgetting that.
Do you pray to Odin
Yes, I do.
and Thor?
Yep.
Wow,
And Freya.
are you being weird right now, dude? Why are you trolling, bro? Stop this. Don't say that.
Not like you're trolling.
Dude, no, you don't worship Thor or anything like that.
It's
Don't be
Odinite.
a clown.
No, I can't.
This is being goof. Don't do that. No, you don't.
I'm not.
That's
Yes, it is.
absurd. What are you joking for?
Well, I'm
Are
not
you
even
being
joking.
a clown right now?
Say what? I'm sorry, I can't hear two people talking at the same time. Wait, what?
Are you in Canada?
No, I'm not in Canada. I'm in the East Coast.
There's a lot of Odinites in Canada. I just heard that. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, Christianity is slowly being pushed off by neo-paganism. There's a few places in Europe that the churches are getting thrown out.
My God. What? Hey, I live in Atlanta. Where do you live, bro?
East Coast. Reality, bro.
Yeah, East Coast. I live in Atlanta. Atlanta. Are you close to Atlanta? We could just go have a beer.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, we can be friends, bro. Like,
Have you seen the eight-legged horse?
You mean Slipnir?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't see that horse. No. Why? I've never seen a horse. The eight-legged.
I met a dude that said he saw the eight-legged horse.
No, maybe he did. He might have had a vision dream.
Oh yeah, there's people having hella vision lately. People loving to tell me their vision. It's hilarious. The flat earthers and blurfers, all of them, they all have visions and shit. It's hilarious. And you actually told me a vision. You told me your vision you had. You're a little off it, dude. You're a little off it. That's why I'm saying, like, bro, I live in Atlanta. Like, what do you live in North Carolina or Florida? Like, bro, like, let's go. Like, I'll have a beer. We'll figure this all out, real easy. You know what I'm saying?
This bloody climb.
So Valhalla, right? So how do we get to Valhalla in the modern
live in
time?
honor. Live in honor.
Wakanda is better, bro.
Live with honor. Be true to your race, your pride, to your family. Honor the gods in what you do. And, don't do anything that would disappoint the gods. And you can go to Valhalla.
Okay, I'm true to my race. Where are we going to? What is the destination?
Well, that all depends. Like, again, you got to make a covenant with the gods. The same way you would make a covenant with Christ.
Okay, and he told me to tell all Gloobers that they're clowns. What is the destination? What's the end of the race?
Well, clearly,
finish line.
But clearly, you made a covenant with Christ, right? You worship Christ, right? Right?
Where am I going?
Questions. Hold on.
No, I'm asking you. Well, I've already reached the finish line. I'm already done. I'm asking you, where do you think that my race is going to after I'm already done? Like,
That's not right. When I say race, that's not like. When I say race,
there's
that's
no
not
finish
like
line.
a race. No, that's not. I think you're
false
misunderstanding.
promise. Okay.
That's not. That's. I
False
think you're
promise.
misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. When I say race, I'm not talking about literally running. I'm talking about your
Can you
people.
tell me this? Like, if a
I thought you were talking about the Boston Marathon,
if there's
dog.
a white dog and a dog with spots, how many generations until the spots disappear? Can you tell me that?
Talking about what the fuck are you talking about? Dude?
Yeah. If a dog breeds, if a white dog breeds with a Dalmatian, how many generations until the Dalmatian gene disappears? Can you tell me that?
I'm not gonna.
Because we all came from like one thing, right?
No, we did not, bro. Science even proves that to be a thing.
So
we're not created equal of God. That's for sure.
To each other.
Yeah, everyone.
I don't know if this is what you meant to ask, but I have some experience with breeding rats. And if you take this brother and sister rat, like that are, like, let's say brown or tan or white or beige, if you mate them, after 8 generations, they'll turn albino.
Hey, Godric.
What's up?
Hey, have you ever been in Jim Panda's server, bro?
Say it again.
Have you ever been in Jim Panda's server and listened to them talk?
Sure.
Dude, you sound exactly like one of the dudes on there. Has anybody ever told you that?
No.
Hey, Blade, hey, you want to go on Jim Pandas right now?
I've been in there. I've been in there multiple times. It's whenever I go in there, I start dismantling people, dog. Left and right.
Share me the link? Share me the link.
If I go in there,
wanting to go in there for a while. Share me the link, please.
I don't. What do you mean the link? I don't know. I just go in there.
What is it?
I don't know.
What do I just search?
He needs to be invited. That's what he's saying.
Oh, you need to be invited.
Yeah, send me. Put it in the invite in chat. So I can at least add the chat to my chats or whatever.
I just know whenever I go in there, bro, it's a bloodbath, bro. Seriously, I just dismantle them 6, 7 at a time, bro. You know what I mean? Sorry, man. It's like, sometimes a Glober will get on there and start saying some crazy stuff, and I'll be like, "Excuse me, Jim Panda, can you mute this dude?" You know what I mean? Like, this dude's not helping you guys at all. And they'll get on sometimes and mute the dude if he's just saying like crazy nonsense. You know what I mean?
Dude, that's why. I want to go on there, dude. I want to go on.
I go straight for the vernacular, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, send me.
If you guys want to go there, we can go, but we have to have a plan. What's the game plan?
What do you mean the game plan? I just go in there and start slaughtering people, bro.
Reality.
I do.
Yo.
That's what I'm worried about.
No, it's a bloodbath. Every time I go on there, I open up like this. Hey, you guys, Daniel's back to jump in the lion's den. Anybody want to make me look stupid? Dismantle me. You know, I'm a masochist. Come on, bring it on. You know, and at first they all crazy.
And then they start begging the questions.
When you say it's a bloodbath, are you the one that
just those stories?
Am I the one that what?
When you say it's bloodbath, are you the one that's getting killed?
No, it's a bloodbath when I go in there. I mean, like, I turn it into a blood. The only thing I can really compare it to is the ending scene of Kill Bill when she's fighting in that Chinese restaurant and she's just taking them all out, you know. And it's kind of like that, Doug. You know.
That's awesome, dude.
The one away.
No, post it up because I've been one for a while now, but I lost the link to there.
For some reason, I think if I go in there and enough people hear, like a lot of Globers or people who listen to that chat or whatever, listen to me. You know what I mean? And like at first they were trying to say I was a troll or this or that, And I was like, check this out. I'll tell you exactly where. I was like, dude, I give him my address. I was like, come and see me anytime if any of you guys want. If you have any doubt, you know what I mean? I'll leave nothing. I'll leave nothing up to interpretation. And like, I basically, they call it doxing or something like that. I don't know, whatever. But like, anybody who says anything, I'll tell them exactly where I live. You know what I mean? They can come see me anytime. You know what I mean? And so like, they realize like, I ain't no fucking troll, dog. Like I'll lay my life down for this. You know what I mean? And so, yeah.
Dude, this is my life.
Right?
This is my life. Like, it's objective reality. I woke up this. It's my life. It's now or never.
Bro, every time I've been there, at least 3 or 4 times, the Globers are like, hey, take a picture of your tattoo so they can see. Because I guess most of them don't believe that I have tattoos or something. I was like, what the fuck? So I show them. They're like, that's the NASA font. He has it in NASA font. It is exactly. It's in NASA font, though.
Dude, I haven't seen your tattoo. Post it in the chat. That sounds sick, dude. It sounds like, dude, I always tell people, no, don't get tattoos. Don't do drugs. Don't do it. But then, like, you know, hey, I'm not the arbiter of truth.
What you have a NASA tattoo?
Dude, I gotta see this.
What's up with that? What's up with it? What, NASA tattoo? Like NASA lies?
Dude. But no, that's hilarious because it is like, hey, these people you're a troll because you say that reality is reality. Oh, they don't know that that's what they're saying, but that's all ultimately their argument is that, reality isn't reality, and they're relativist because it's relative to reality and not reality. So it's like you can't really argue logic and empiricism is debunked to be a relativist with logic and relative. So they have a problem with a lexicon. That's why they make believe that there's such thing as spherical geometry. There's such thing as spherical geometry. And it's like, no, actually, a sphere is defined in Euclid's element. Very simple. And geometry is geo, meaning earth, metre, meaning measure, so earth measurement. So geometry is simply how we understand the measurement of earth. So horizontal is geometrically incompatible on glob because there's no plane of the horizon, because plane is also a geometric incompatibility on glob. For horizon to be,
if you go into Gem Pandas, you need to have a game plan.
My game plan is geometry and reality. But that's why I just want to go in there. I really just want to go in there and just see who's in there. Because I'm on, who is it? Nathan Oakley's things and QE's things and Bev Trithinking's things, right? So I'm like, you can find me in these 3 places. These 3 places, you will always find me. If you have a problem with me, you will find me in these 3 places. And it's like, I'm not even awake for Nathan's show. Most of the time, I'm awake, for QE shows because it's in the evening. And then for Bev's shows, it's like my afternoon, I put it on after lunch, after work. You know what I mean? And then these are the places that I hang out at.
Do you need an invite?
I try to come back here. I'm sorry, what'd you ask?
Do you need an invite into Gem Pandas?
Yeah, send it just so I can add.
Let me get your name in here first. Hang on a second.
Are you looking at the live stream?
Yeah.
I got it. We're in Tartaria, right? What are we right now? Tartaria? We in Tartaria right
now? No, this is the 24/7 live stream. I think.
Yeah, 24/7 live stream. Just where he just posts the. He say 1491. What's 1491 flat mean?
1491er, dog.
What is that?
You know how they say Columbus came here in 1492?
Uh-huh. You were here before that. Yo. What? This is it. Yo, this is epic, dude. This is life, bro. I don't condone tattoos. I won't get one myself. I appreciate it when somebody gets a good tattoo in their life.
Thanks, bro.
Into the break, say something back to me right now.
I can hear you.
Holla.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go and get Pennas right now. See if I can invite you.
Yeah. Send me an invite, dude.
So basically, I went in that server, and then I just started talking to Jim Panda, and I was like, "Hey, I have a few days free when I'm not working. So if you want to give me a moderator role, I could take care of some of your, some of your Globers are acting out of line or whatever. You know what I mean? I can keep them in line with their heliocentric narrative, so they don't mix it up." And he's like, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. That's awfully nice of you. And they all said like snide comments like, "Do you know how hard it is to become a moderator on this channel?" I was like, bro, honestly, you guys should feel privileged or lucky that somebody like me is actually coming and, throwing you guys a bone every now and then. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to break a Glober. I'm trying to make a Glober. You know what I mean? I'm trying to break you guys down. I'll throw you guys some love every once in a while. For instance, water always turns in is spherical when it's in a
Dude,
drop.
I'm trying to break a Glober, dude. That's my whole goal is to
I know, dog.
Glober,
I know. But I come at him. I
love it. And
I come at them inverted, bro.
Resolve, man.
Everything I say to them is inverted, dog. You know what I mean? I say inverted. Everything I say is inverted to them.
Trey, dude, they have such strong. That's why I was like, I'll give it to you guys. You have unwavering faith. It's very commendable. Your faith in your pseudo religion, very strong. Wouldn't even look at me questioning your bullshit. It's hilarious. It's unwavering faith. That's a very strong attribute. Jesus Christ himself would appreciate you among.
Okay. Did I send the invite? I sent it to your DM.
I just said hi. Oh, DM?
Yes, look at the DM.
Oh, God.
Are you ready to go over there?
I don't have it.
Look at you.
You can't do it. You invited me.
Are you on an iPhone?
Yes.
Look at the top right. There's a white box. Click that.
The top right
of your screen should be a white box. That's your DMs.
Channel topic.
Damn. Also, if you look on the left side, if you go on the left, you know where you pick the servers.
Mm-hmm.
Go on the left side, go all the way up to the top. There's a white box with a blue sky around it. Click that, and then you should be able to find me.
Hey, I just sent you a DM. I was going to say your name's Mutual Server. Into the Break, is that your name?
Yes, sir.
That's his name.
I've met you before, have I not? Maybe I'm wrong.
Here for sure, bro.
Okay, I just sent you a playlist, dog.
Do you Into the Break? Do you see the DM that has the invite? I guess both of us invited you.
Oh, no, I didn't invite him. I just sent him a playlist of some flat rap songs.
You're Geodic, right? Oh,
me?
I'm Godric.
Wow, you teach me. Okay.
Top left. There's a top right and a top left on the DMs, but you probably want to go to the top left because that's on top. It's on top of all the servers that you choose. There's a white box with a blue sky around it. You see it? It says direct messages, top left of the Discord, all the way at the top. What screen are you on now?
I'm on my screensaver, homie.
Not you, into the break.
I know. Goddard. Hey, dog, I'm illiterate. I don't mean that literally.
If he gets his invite, we can all go in there.
I go in there all the time, bro. I'm gonna catch up with you guys because this place I'm going into
came back. Okay, Jim Power, welcome to the debate. Okay, okay, I was just confused because there's like a.
Did you find your direct messages?
I did, but I don't know that I'm actually in the thing because I hit join. It says welcome to the debate.
Okay, yeah, so you're in the server. Right? Listen, you're in the server, but you're talking to me, right?
Yeah.
You're in 24/7 in the voice, but you're in the server in Gem Pandas, right? So now you have to click on those accept all the terms, so you can talk in the voice chat. I don't think you need special permission. I think you just have to click play around with the server and click on it should, here, let me go in there. Let me go in there, see what I'm looking at. It's like the server looks like a green ocean. It's actually it's a flat Earth. It's a flat
I
Earth.
just have Gem Panda's cake in like a little bowl, and then
does it say flat Earth?
welcome to the debate, and then it says from 6/14/21. But I don't know how to go anywhere else from here.
Hang on. Does it say debate flat Earth on top?
Yeah, it's like I
click on the rules.
thing.
See where it says rules. Number 2.
Rules.
It says announcements and it says rules. The second thing.
Yeah, I clicked down on it. Hold on. Okay.
Click on the rules and accept all the rules.
Rotate rules. I don't see an accept rules. Sort of.
Well, you click on the rules, so you have to. Every server has different rules. I believe you have to click on the rules to get into the voice chat. Can you hear me?
The debate chat.
Click on the debate chat and see if you can go in. I'll meet you in there, okay? Do you see debate chat? What's up, Crate? You there?
Who's offering it here? Somebody full of contradictions, doublespeak, triangulation, contradiction, nonsense assertions, fallacies, deceit. That's what you've got. That's who you give. That's who's giving it you. Is it worth it? I am proud to say I am a flat earther. In spite of all the nonsense you get from David Weiss and Jeranism and even Pete Shea, I'll shoulder all of it. I'm flat and I'm proud. Earth is flat. If you've found some teat to suckle on that tells you that it's flat, but you can say it isn't, then realise you're being brainwashed and gaslit for whatever the purpose is of the manipulative sod that's decided to use that stupid contradiction to give you some comfort. Man up! Earth's flat. Deal with it.
Fine.
It's the other way round. They already feel the shame. He's appealing to that.
He's
shame.
playing on it though, but he's playing on it, Nate.
Playing on it. That's a much better term. Playing on the shame.
Playing on the shame. But it's okay, but he's totally fine with calling his whiteboard flat and also stating it's not 2D when he's put on the spot.
Right.
See,
well, I want to be the antidote to that. Right. Yeah. It's not something that you necessarily would pick up as a badge of honor. Yeah. When you stare over at the badge that says Flat Earth on it, it looks dirty. Yeah? Believe me, once you polish it, you realise how gleaming the diamond that is that badge actually is. Now, like I say, I'll shoulder all the crap that comes along with it, this included, because it's a fact. But I'm not ashamed to say it. You shouldn't be either. The fact that it's a tarred badge is because they've had to pour tar on it. And the fact that once you've polished it, people want to come back along and pour more tar on it makes you want to go to somewhere like Bev's. And I get it. I empathise. I'm not devoid of empathy. When I see these lost souls going to Bev's,